When I had just turned the age of 1, I was dropped off at the edge of the pack land. I don't remember the day much, but I can remember the fear. The feeling of dread and discomfort twisted through my tiny frame, as if something bad had happened. I was left with a feeling of uselessness that had left a dent in my heart. They told me that I was unwanted. They also told me that I was lucky to have arrived at such a compassionate pack, and that I was one of them now. Jude had always tried to confer with me about the situation, explaining that wolves could never hate their human. But I still felt an unhealthy amount of trepidation. "It'll be fine," Jude assured me, clamping his hands together to make a point. His brown hair flowed slightly as we sat on the bench outside our home. "My wolf has assured me that wolves never hate their human unless the human has caused them to reject their love. You're completely fine, May." I let out a deep sigh in response. "You look like you need it," I remarked. "Stop being so stubborn and let me get you at least a slice of bread and some water." He contemplated for a moment, weighing out his options. "Won't you get in trouble for helping a rogue?" "That is," he asked me, his voice slowly becoming friendlier. "They won't know." I waved my hand in disregard. "Unless you tell them. But if you set foot in our land, then you'll be a dead man. My name's Axel." He smiled at me. The lie was clear. "Your real name?" I asked him with crossed arms. "I can't say," Axel responded. "Maybe in the future." From then on, I'd visit Axel and give him food and drink in secret. We'd discovered a cave that intertwined with both my pack and rogue land. We usually had small little picnics. He kept his name in secret, and that made me keep my own secret. However, that was until the day my parents died. I had rushed out to see if Axel was okay after hearing the news of their death. And he wasn't there, only a patch of his blood and the tears of my grief. 3 hours to go. There's a cafe here. I have to refill the tank, so take your time." I nodded towards him, getting out of the van and moving over to the cafe. As soon as I stepped into the cafe, I could sense that this was pack territory and a wolf owned this cafe. I gulped slightly, even though I had permission to pass through their territory. As I sat down on one of the tables, someone instantly came up to my table with a small menu. She sniffed the air subtly. "What can I help you with?" She smiled brightly at me. But it was obvious that she was trying to pick up as much information as she could. "I haven't looked yet, but I'll call when I need any help." I smiled softly. She nodded, turning away and regrouping with the other employees. Their stares weren't subtle either. I looked through the menu and selected a waffle with chocolate sauce. I quickly ordered. But that didn't change the group from staring at me. In a second, the waffles were out, and someone sat themselves across from me. She had black hair along with an overly cheery face. "Hi," I spoke, unsure of what she was doing in front of me. "Hey, you are not from around here, are you?" she said. And I shook my head. "No. I am moving packs, actually." I smiled softly. "Really?" Her eyes sparkled with curiosity. "I'm Natalie. Where did you come from and where are you heading?" "I'm from the Full Moon Pack, heading to the Royal Pack, though." I told her with a small laugh. "I'm Mavis. The Royal Pack." "Huh," she questioned, and I nodded. "Good luck over there. I've heard the Alpha is cruel." I couldn't help but nod in agreement. "I am moving there to see my sister. I want to forgive her. But I don't think I can," I admitted. "Anyway, I'll be fine. I'll manage, hopefully. Good luck." I went to pay for the waffle. "It's on the house. Maybe you could visit here sometime in the future." "Okay," I simply said. It was strange how easy it was to make friends with an absolute stranger. It gave me more confidence going into the Royal Pack. Maybe this would be easier than I'd originally thought. Maybe my sister and I could actually get along. Maybe everything would be okay. I'd made it to the pack within the next few hours. The pack was beautiful. The pack house was surrounded by hedges on hedges, creating a sense of territory. Moreover, you could visibly see the royal purple curtains that swayed in the open windows as the wind blew on them. The glistening white color emphasized the overall beauty of the estate. Looking onward, I noticed a magnificent marble waterfall simmering in the sunlight. My eyes sparkled with delight as I saw it. The waterfall matched the pathway that looked like it was more hassle than it was worth. But this was the royal pack. And when they wanted marble pathways outside, they got marble pathways outside. The pack house looked as if it would go on forever. The height was indescribable. The driver had motioned for me to walk on, whilst him and other pack members moved my stuff to my room. I had been surprised that they were doing this and had offered to just do it myself. But they denied my offer. The stunning estate was similar on the inside. The marble flooring continued throughout the hallways, leading into each and every room. Looking further into the long hallway, I noticed an elegant staircase leading to the upstairs. It held a certain elegance to it, yet you could see that it held historical values. I heard a sudden squeal and spun into a hug. Mavis, I could recognize Elena's voice. I didn't hug back but stood there awkwardly. Well, what if I accidentally reject my mate without knowing? I stressed. My mind was racing with all outcomes. My wolf would never speak to me. Thinking I was stupid, Jude laughed. No. He was in hysterics. What? How? You're hilarious, May. How are you going to accidentally reject your mate? It's just not possible. He wiped his eyes to remove the fake tears. I'm serious. I narrowed my eyes. What if he already knows I'm his mate and wants to reject me? She backed away. Slightly awkward but smiling nonetheless. Elena? I nodded. I can't believe it. She then spoke. I can't believe you came. Elena, I hope we can be sisters again. I told her slowly. I hope that I stop holding this grudge that I can't let go of. I hope so too. May. My sister had soon showed me to my room. It was truly magnificent. And I couldn't help but wonder how the pack could afford such luxurious rooms. Taxes. The royal pack taxed all packs, which was fair enough on their behalf, since it was a somewhat insurance for the packs. My eyes wandered around the room. The movers had done a good, swift job with setting everything up. I shouldn't even question that, though. Since these wolves come from the royal pack, everything here will be different to how it normally is. The houses will be bigger. There will be at least 10 times the wolves than my previous pack. And there will be much stricter rules. This was all inevitable. A massive advantage to the royal pack was that I was away from Ace. And the reputation of being in such an exclusive pack was great too. A knock was heard on my door. Come in. I spoke gently. A girl came in with a bright smile on her face. Hi. I'm Rosie. She introduced. I heard that you are moving in on our floor, so I just wanted to meet you. She smiled politely. I'm Mavis. I responded. I didn't think that it'd be this fancy. She chuckled. Neither did I when I moved here. She admitted. I knew it'd be fancy, but not as fancy as this. She then smiled gently. The wolves aren't as posh as the place. Trust me. Plus, everyone is excited to meet you. When did you move here then? I asked her. She sat down on my desk chair whilst I took a seat on my bed. About 3 years ago. I think. My old pack was taken down by rogues, and I was the last survivor. One of the royal arms saw me and decided to help me out by bringing me into this pack. The beta accepted me in. The guy who found me became a father figure for me and a lot of people. He's known as Gregory, but everyone calls him Greg. He sounds like a good guy. She nodded in agreement. Well, I'll leave you be. I have to sort out the daycare before Mel notices that I am gone. She chuckled. See you soon. If you need anything, I'll be in the room on your right. She then waved and left the room. At least I've made one friend. My wolf had started to demand that we shift. I hadn't shifted much lately. The last time was about a month ago, but she needed to get out. By the time I had made it outside the pack house and into the forest, it was around 6 in the afternoon, leaving me about half an hour to run before getting ready for dinner. Due to me being one of the newest members, I was stuck being assigned to doing the washing up after every meal until I found a job within the pack, which was fair enough. I was thinking of asking Rosie if I would be able to join in the daycare area, since it seemed like a fun job to do. My wolf howled in my mind, saying, "Let's run." I nodded in agreement. Stripping off my clothes and shifting into my breathtaking wolf, we wandered around the forest for a bit. getting familiar with the surroundings and mapping out a path that would be suitable and claiming it as ours. Once we'd planned a route, we ran. We ran. Weaving through all the trees and greenery. We ran far. As far as our legs could get us. Since the packland was so big. I'd never really known land to be so never-ending. I soon let my wolf take control, her howl illuminating the forest beyond her. As she took control, weaving playfully once again through the trees. A glimpse of lights and color was seen in my rear view. As I was distracted, I wasn't aware that a wolf was coming towards me, crashing into me by accident. As we landed, we both shifted, and I stared up into his piercing blue eyes and wondered, why, moon goddess, why? I then noticed his lips on mine and my lips on his, my first kiss. I pulled away. Looking at our positioning, I attempted to shove him off me. Yet my feeble attempts to move his body seemed effortless. Get off me, you bag of meat. I growled at him. He swiftly was up in all his glory. I squeezed my eyes shut, covering my body, even though I was in my underwear. I felt something thrown at me. I looked down to see a large shirt. I put it on quickly and squeezed my eyes shut once again. My face flushed red as I moved away from him blindly. I have trousers on. He spoke. Will my wolf hate me then? Please don't hate me, wolf. I don't mean to be rejectable. After a few more laughs, Jude's face straightened. First off, rejectable is not a word. 2. I'm sure you are fine. It's highly unlikely for rejection to occur. I nodded, calming some nerves. And anyway, if he rejects you, he would become weaker. No wolf would want to be weak. I guess so, but promise me this, Jude. He looked up at me, his face curious. I opened one of my eyes suspiciously. I was relieved at the sight as I dropped both my hands. Why are you running in the woods naked? I asked him, anger clear in my features. I was about to shift, he countered. Why the hell did you shift back to your human form? He asked with a similar annoyance to myself. If you didn't catch my wolf and I off guard, then maybe I wouldn't have shifted back. I growled out. Stupid girl. He spoke under his breath. Inconsiderate bag of dirt. I countered in a louder whisper, with extremely adorable eyes that I could just melt in. Spoilt little brat. Douche. Who has a really beautiful smile that makes my heart miss a beat. Little person. Bloody twat. Who has the most magnificent brown hair. Asshole. Sebastian. And a name to match. Mavis. I nodded in response, still wary of this new character. Ah, you are the newbie to the Royal Empire. He grinned and I furrowed my eyebrows in confusion. Empire? I thought this was a pack, I questioned, and he rolled his eyes. Of course you do. He responded. The Royal Empire consists of a lot of packs. The Royal Pack, which you are currently in, and many more. The Royal Empire takes over packs who can't pay the taxes anymore. The Alpha King makes it seem as if the alphas of those packs have control, but in reality they don't. My eyes widened slightly at this news. Basically, the Alpha King uses those packs as little slaves. The maids in the royal pack are from the packs within the Empire. What I coughed out. How come I was never aware of this? I asked him. You've been living under a rock, my dear. I rolled my eyes at his term of endearment. I have been living within my house for around 3 months. That is most likely how I wasn't told of this misfortune. I felt empathy for those within this empire, and I swear I will help them. He let out a sigh and racked a hand through his hair. Let me take you to my house. I held my hands out. Whoa, dude. Hold up. I spoke. We just met. He rolled his eyes. I meant to change. If you hadn't noticed. You are not wearing underwear. I blushed a crimson red. Of course. I nodded, following him towards where I had previously seen the lights and colors. Once I reached the town, I noticed all the people out celebrating. It was truly spectacular and nothing like the royal pack. Everyone here seemed so much more relaxed, and I was loving every part of the variety of music that was playing. My eyes brightening, I noticed Sebastian chuckle beside me. Come on, he whispered deeply, and I nodded, following him towards his house. As I made my way over to his house, a woman gave me a warm smile. She was wearing clothing that could be similarly described as rags, but she was happy. She was dancing along the streets, embracing everything as if it was her last day. I entered Sebastian's quaint home. It was nice and quite open. It was a studio home. It was cute and homely. Sebastian went towards his wardrobe, pulling out a couple of girls' clothing. I let my eyebrow form an arch. "Is that your mate's clothing?" I asked, but my mind didn't think before I spoke the words. There was no lingering female scent in his room. Of course it wasn't his mate. "Put this on." He spoke, disregarding my question completely. And I was glad that he did. The awkward air would have been way too much. I nodded, moving towards his bathroom. It was a small bathroom, quite filthy, as if someone hadn't cleaned it for a while. I swiftly put on the clothing. That was slightly too big on me, but it'd do, and walked back into the bedroom, divided by living room, divided by kitchen area. "Let's go," he said with a smile. I tilted my head in confusion. "You'll miss the festivities." He smiled brightly, grabbing my arm, pulling me behind him. In all the confusion, I let a smile appear on my face and started to move my feet to meet his pace. In front of us was a small performance by actors. They were fairly good. A few were sadly awful and inexperienced, but most were excellent, captivating me in their show. They were performing the story of a fallen king and queen, which I presumed was based off the real Alpha King and Queen, who died 18 years back. I felt Sebastian pull me along again. I let a surprised squeal come from my mouth as we continued to discover the surrounding town. A play of music met my ears as I turned to see a younger boy serenading a younger girl. They were smiling in content. I turned to Sebastian. "What is this festival for?" I asked him, intrigued. His smile flattered slightly. "A festival for the Alpha King." "Of course," he whispered. My eyes narrowed slightly. "Promise me that if rejection did occur and I was left heartbroken, do not let me become rogue." "Okay." His face was in a state of awe. "Why would you want to become rogue anyway?" "Because I am not sure how I will function if I was rejected. Just promise me." He let his hand slip through his hair. "Yes, I promise." I smiled brightly at him. "Now invite that mate of yours over." "When are you two moving in together again?" I teased. His face blushed as bright as a tomato. "We must show His Highness respect for the last day of every month. This also means a person from the pack is selected to work at the royal pack." My eyes widened. "Hooray." He spoke sarcastically. "Why do they celebrate, though? Can't they just deny the king's request?" I asked curiously. "A pack did that once." He trailed. And that's it. They were gone. Haven't seen them since. Bye-bye, Red Moon." He did a waving gesture. "Besides, the people enjoy this as a going-away present for the person chosen." "I don't like this," I admitted. "You are in the best position, Mavis. You are in the royal pack," he told me. "Everyone can smell the full moon pack still. The scent of the royal pack is non-existent on you," he informed. "I want to help. I want to. The only way you'll help is if you keep quiet and stay down when they arrive." "Okay," I nodded in response. "I should have got you out faster. They're already here." He grabbed my wrist, tightly moving him and I towards a garden hedge. There was a small hole that I could see through as I watched the scene unfold. It was as if everything had come to a halt. The music ended. The actors fell to their knees. The dancers stood still. The street was deathly quiet. And soon I saw wolves appearing through the trees, weaving and taunting the town. I gulped in fear as I stared at them. One lacked fur on its face. I wanted to help and reach out. I wanted to stop these wolves coming. I wanted to help and I wanted to make them happy, but I couldn't. I turned to Sebastian, his face full with determination as he stared through the hole. He was biting his lip. And for some strange reason, I suddenly thought about the moment where Sebastian and I had accidentally kissed. My eyes widened at the scene in front of me. The guards were storming through the town, taking their hands and lifting the members' chins up, looking for a specific member. Did they select a member before coming here? The search soon stopped on a girl who looked around the age of myself. She was pulled by the man, but the family around her cried, pleading for the girl's release, but to no avail. The girl was taken by the guard as the family was held back. Threats were thrown and tears were shed, and as much as I wanted to help, I knew I couldn't. I didn't want to cause more trouble than it was worth. How was I going to fight off 200 wolves with silver bullets? I couldn't. I just had to sit there staring at the sight in front of me. The horrified look of the girl who was being dragged away from her aggressive parents who fought for her. It made me feel empathy. Please, Moon Goddess, help this girl. I turned to Sebastian only again. His jaw clenched and his eyes icy and cold. I gripped his wrist in an attempt to comfort him, but he threw my hand off in disrespect. This pack meant a lot to him, and I could tell by the sorrow that was slipping into the corner of his eyes. Soon, the girl was removed from the pack. The silence was unbearable as I stood from behind the hedges. The looks of pity towards the family were clear, and my heart went out to them. The mother was weeping into her mate's arms, and I wanted to reach out and tell her that everything was okay, but I couldn't. This happens. Every month. Sebastian confirmed, the anger and fire still clear in his blank expression. This is horrible. I stated, but I knew that much was obvious. Look. You can just go back to being a princess within the royal pack, but I've got to do some damage control. That was definitely a different tone from before. Where had the warm Sebastian go and who was standing in his place, I understood though. I would be furious if one of my pack members was taken right under my nose and I couldn't do anything about it. I felt a fire burn within me and I knew that I needed to help them. Not because I wanted to, I needed to. What if I could see what was happening within the gates to the royal pack? Sebastian turned to me. His ears perked up. I could go to the Omega area and possibly help her escape. I suggested. No. Sebastian argued. That wouldn't be smart, Mavis. He started. If she was to go missing, they'd take down our pack. There's too much risk. He sighed. My shoulders shrugged sadly. Then an idea popped into my head. I could be like a personal spy. I suggested. I could find out who their next target is. Sebastian finally let a smile appear on his face. Sounds like a plan. I was in my room when the beta informed me that I missed my washing up duties. I had apologized, saying that I had been running for a while for some time. He forgave me easily and told me not to miss it again. I was planning to meet with Rosie today to get a job within the daycare, after school. You know this. He grumbled. I squeezed his cheeks. Just double-checking. I teased as he shook my hands away. I laughed at his action. Anyway. How's the application coming? I asked him. He had requested joining a program that allowed him to research the mythical power that certain wolves hold. A white or black wolf was deemed extremely powerful. And a silver wolf was known to be quite powerful. I think Mel is the main operator, but she seemed quite scary, so I decided to head to Rosie. I stumbled through the hallways looking for Rosie. I had already tried her room, and then I presumed she was at the daycare, but the issue is that I didn't know where the hell the daycare was. All I knew was that it was on the second floor. The second floor consisted of many rooms. A game room. A study room. A library. A bar. An office area for the beta and many more. It seemed as though the hallway was endless, but I finally got to a door that had paint on it and a small, cute, homemade sign that had daycare written on it. Presuming that this was the room, I opened it to screaming kids and I tried my best to hide my surprised face. Was the room soundproof? Hey there, stranger. I turned to see Rosie. A paintbrush in her hand and a kid tugging on her apron. Hey, Rosie. I spoke hazily. Still in a bit of shock at how messy the daycare actually was. What are you doing here? I was about to answer. Wait. Don't tell me. You are here to pick up a child. I shook my head. Yeah, that made no sense. You have no children to pick up. She thought for a second. You are here to borrow some paint, she questioned with scrunched up eyebrows. I am here to work in the daycare. Her face brightened and I laughed slightly. Really, you're really going to help out here? She questioned with a smile. I nodded. That's great. Mel is the only other person here, apart from Ryan who never turns up, and she'll be fine with it. She grabbed me by the wrist, dragging me into the room. It was a huge room, surprisingly, as I moved around. She dragged me to a small child who was painting a sun. This is Michelle. She introduced. I said a small hi to her, in which she responded with similar words. She's the newest addition to the daycare. I was then dragged to more kids, finding out the oldest and the youngest, the rota, the timetable, and the food that needed to be served. I nodded, understanding most of it. It seemed fun, but I couldn't help but think that some of these kids would grow up and turned into the people that invaded Sebastian's pack. I needed to stop this. I'd started to snoop around the castle trying to find out where exactly they were keeping that certain pack member. I presumed that it would be around the Omega area. I hoped it was around the Omega area. I wanted to talk to her. She seemed young, my age, and scared. I wanted to reassure her that I was going to help her one way or another. If not that, I would try and prevent other pack members from being taken. I was surprised at first that I was accepted into the royal pack, and my perspective changed slightly due to the pack members, but the rumors were as bad as you hear. Everyone seems to avoid the fact that in the background they were essentially using other packs as their disposable servants. The thought made anger fill my body. I glared at the wall ahead. Down the corridor. Down the stairs. Turn left. Down the stairs, and then you should be there. I had got instruction from Rosie, who had gladly helped me. She had told me that she didn't directly want to get involved but was happy to help with little bits. I was grateful. As I was about to reach the stairs, I bumped into someone. I clenched my fist to try and decrease the anger that I felt in that moment. I plastered a smile on my face and turned to the person who was staring at me with an innocent look. Sorry. I felt like a jerk since I was giving him a small glare and a tight smile. I'll be off. I was about to move forward before he grabbed my arm. You aren't going to the Omega area. Are you? He asked, offering a small smile. No. The kitchen's this way. I spoke in a duh tone. I should have answered honestly. Surely he wouldn't have had an issue with me visiting the Omegas, right? He chuckled. You're obviously new. Because I don't know where the kitchen is, I questioned. That and I haven't seen you before. He offers. I'll show you to the kitchen. I nodded. Following him. Trying to act confused. We soon made it to the kitchen and he stood there waiting for me to speak. I avoided him and made my way to the fridge, opening it and peeking at what I could possibly take. A lot of the food was labeled, so I had to avoid them. The only thing I could really take was cheese, so I did. He raised an eyebrow. Cheese. You wanted to get cheese, yes. Slicing a bit off and shoving it into my mouth. Whatever. He laughed. I'm Marcus. Nice to meet you. I responded. I then put the cheese back in the fridge. I'm Ma. I turned around to see Alina running into the room. You need to get a dress for the ball. He'd always been curious about this aspect of the werewolf world. And he enjoyed finding out more. His face instantly brightened. It's all done and dusted. I've just got to ask the Alpha for permission. He told me. I smiled at him proudly but then laughed. Surely you should have asked the Alpha before writing the application, doofus. He rolled his eyes. I brought it up a while ago. He seemed all for it. I nodded. Plus, they said that I would be provided with accommodation for my mate. The ball, I sneered. Seriously. Who has a ball? The King Elena suggested. She then peeked behind me and her eyes widened. That's Marcus. She whispered. Yes. I whispered back. He's the king's brother. I turned to the boy who stood there awkwardly. Doesn't look like a king's brother. I remarked in a whisper. I can hear you. Elena and I stood up instantaneously and laughed at ourselves. Girls are weird. He remarked. Sorry, Prince Marcus. I snorted when Elena said this with a bow, but she gave me a look. I'm sorry, Prince Marcus. I taunted slightly. He shook his head with a roll of the eyes. A girl soon came into the room. She had blood-red hair and a smile on her face. She'd overheard that much, I could tell. She walked over to Marcus and kissed him. That's his mate. She whispered to me, and I nodded my head. I could see that. We should go. I said to Elena, wanting to avoid the heated discussion going on in the front of us. She nodded. Besides, we got to get you a dress for the ball. I nodded as she dragged me out of the room. I didn't end up going with Elena to get a dress. Partially due to the fact that she was called over by her mate to help with some work. They had an extremely cute relationship which made me instantly jealous. I wouldn't be able to do that. I ended up going with Rosie. She'd told me that she needed to get a dress, and I happily obliged. We went to a few places, but I fell in love with a navy blue dress. It was a simple trip. Rosie had decided to go with a red dress courtesy of her name. It was a long gown which was understated but looked absolutely gorgeous on her, which I presume is what she was going for. It didn't take long for the ball to come right around the corner. Pack members, from Alphas to Omegas, bundled into the ballroom for a chance to see the Alpha King. His appearances were rare but done in such an elegant manner. In my eyes, I don't see why people want to see such a disgusting person. Making people from packs leave their families to work as a lowly Omega. I'd rather become an Omega than let an innocent pack member do so. I was outraged. My anger clear. I hadn't felt this way since my rejection. Rejection. Ace. Shoot. I hadn't realized that he would be here. He had to be right. He was the Alpha's youngest son, so he must be here along with Maddie. Regrets were made. Rosie was standing next to me with the posture of a lady about to dine with the queen. In a way, she was. Rosie. I need to go, I whispered, my voice going extremely quiet compared to the music playing distantly. What? Why? She questioned in confusion. She pouted her lips slightly. Look, I haven't told you the complete truth. I admitted. Her full attention was turned to me, her eyebrows furrowing. I was rejected a few months back. Her eyes widened as she pulled me into a hug. I didn't realize. She told me. She pulled back. If it makes you feel any better. I haven't met mine and I am 2 years overdue. She laughed humorlessly. In a way, it did make me feel better knowing that I was not the only one experiencing bad things revolving around a mate, but it made me sick thinking that also. I'm sorry. I scratched the back of my neck. No, it's fine. She waved off. Just wasn't meant to be. She chuckled lightly and I nodded. Smiling a tight smile. A scent washed over me. He's here. Isn't he? She questioned. Yes. I squeaked. You have just got to put on a brave face. Don't let him walk all over you. Remember. He left you. Thanks for the reminder. I remember his scent. The smell was slightly rotten now, but it still held its delicious qualities. The breath of nature was dancing cruelly against my nose. I knew he was approaching. I wanted to hide. I wanted to leave, but I know that I had to face him at some point. Soon I saw him. The dashing man who was meant to be mine. The one who was ripped from under my nose. He was alone, though. No Maddie in sight. Ace. I acknowledged. My emotions on haywire. I hadn't noticed that Rosie was across the room speaking to an old friend. Mavis. He tried to keep his voice neutral, but the crack had made his vulnerability clear. Awkwardness set in the air. Where's Maddie? I swallowed my pain while saying her name. The one who took away my mate. Here's the funny thing. He looked quite emotional. Quite tired. I smiled at this. He deserved it. She found her mate. He breathed out. My eyes widened with surprise. She left me. Apparently the baby wasn't even mine. His eyes cracked. A tear fell. Not my fault. I spoke harshly, and future family. His red face caused me to laugh. Anyway, it's great. And I get paid to do research. It's a dream. As long as you visit, you little old sister. I'm happy for you. I smiled. You do realize that ole means old, right? You just called yourself little and old. Make up your mind. Woman, he joked. I hate you. I responded with a roll of the eyes. My hands were tingling with excitement as I made my way towards Jude's car. I gave you 3 months. 3 months, I stated. At least Maddie knew that a mate is meant to be someone above all. I want to start over. Ace confessed. I want us to be mates. Have pups together. I snorted. My mind started to think back to that day. The day of rejection. You're a great girl. You'll find someone better. I'm sorry I disappointed you. You're a beautiful girl with lots of potential. Do you know the hardship that I've been through to get here? I started? I did not suffer all that pain just to go back to you. No, I growled out. You're a jerk that only wants me because Maddie is off kissing her own mate. I shouted. I bet you feel like an idiot now. I hadn't really noticed the overwhelming crowd around us. I was about to shout more snarky comments his way when a voice stopped me. Now presenting His Royal Highness, Alpha King Mason. As Mavis's old mate approached, I couldn't help but feel that they need some privacy. I didn't want to be a burden in their conversation. I left to speak to Mabel, who was another friend of mine. She was cousin to the king but was extremely humble in comparison. She wanted to travel across the world, yet she'd never be able to experience her dream due to her own personal prison. The Alpha King would never let any of his family leave the castle. It was always too risky. Whilst talking to her, I'd noticed she'd looked quite uncomfortable. I didn't want to question it, though. It wasn't my place. I wasn't that close to her. Hearing shouting, we spoon in Mavis' direction. Fury radiating off of her. The boy hunched over in regret as she served him the truth. I'd never seen her in this state. I hadn't really known her, though. We'd become quite close during our daycare shifts, and I instantly knew she was talking to Ace. I didn't know he rejected her until now, but she had claimed him to be a traitor to her. The fact that he rejected her could lead him into huge trouble. The werewolves were supposed to accept their fate, their destiny, and defying that would be defying the moon goddess and the Alpha King. Deaths have been the result of rejection, either from execution or, sadly, suicide. Ace was being risky coming here. He must have known, that Mavis would react like that. He must have done it to express his love. Proving he wasn't scared of the consequences, Mavis carried on shouting. Her voice got croaky towards the end. Suddenly, all our heads snapped towards a voice. Now presenting His Royal Highness Alpha King Mason. I turned my head to Mavis as his name was announced. Her eyes met mine in a nod of worry. She was worried for Ace, even if he had rejected her. She would always worry for Ace. A scent washed over me as I was captured instantly. The air created a comfort around me, but also made my body freeze. My eyes trailed around the room, trying to pinpoint the delicious smell. My eyes abruptly locked eyes with piercing brown ones. My eyes shined with happiness. I had given up attempting to find my mate a year ago, as everyone had told me that he wasn't out there. He must have been dead. But here I was, proving them all wrong. His figure started to approach mine. I hadn't noticed the looks from others. Faces of shock, empathy, and glee. In an instant, our lips were locked. The kiss deepened further as we continued to be ignorant of our surroundings. The buzz that I felt went through my body, and I smiled through the kiss. I loved this. Soon we had stepped back. The brown eyes clouded with dark, intense eyes. His rugged brown hair swayed as I smiled softly. I realized something in that moment. Alpha King Mason Lupus. The king had made his steps slow and continuous as he approached Rosie. The crowd watched in astonishment. Rosie and King Mason. It's weird to think that his mate was right under his nose. If only he decided to look, and not to neglect his people. Grins were on all of the pack's faces. Especially Elena, who was whispering excitedly to her mate, whom I was yet to meet formally. Everyone was frozen. I swear you could hear a pin drop. I turned to my left, where Ace was squirming in sorrow. I didn't mind. I wanted him to feel that way, as everyone was distracted. I slipped out of the ball, but not before smiling gently towards the new couple. I hoped them the best, even though Rosie's mate was a jerk. The halls were dead apart from the few rushing kitchen staff who were providing the ball with more food. It seemed as if the ball was getting more lively. No one would notice my disappearance. It's strange how everyone admires the king, and they all know the deeds he does to others, besides the fact that it was graduation today. It was also my birthday. The nerves were so overwhelming. I hardly slept last night. But my excitement overruled the nerves. If my mate was in this pack, it was inevitable that we would meet today. I would look up on the stage, stare into his brown, no blue, no green, whatever color eyes he had, and faint. You're all good. Your mate is not going to reject you. Jude reassured. He'd been doing that a lot lately. They know the anger he holds and the pain he creates. Is it because they're scared, or do they honestly love this guy, or maybe they're just cowards? Too fearful of their own lives being put on the line. One life to save many is too much of a cost for them. Maybe I am a coward. Maybe that's why I ignore my wolf. Maybe I don't want to hear her complaints about how she was given a worthless being on a human and that her previous companion was 10 times better than I. Or maybe I'm a human, a wolf who fears others yet conquers those emotions. I am more human than I would ever be wolf. Rejection caused that. Rejection broke down what little I scrapped of my wolf side. My wolf is almost not there anymore. I won't allow my wolf side to rise because I'm a coward. We're all cowards, but we're also warriors. I'd gone to the Omega area of the pack house. It was extremely quiet, and I knew that this was the time to speak to the girl. I opened the door quickly and quietly, shifting myself into the crack in the door. It was exceedingly dark as my eyes adjusted to the change. There were candles in front of each door frame. There were no doors. I made my way down the stairs and moved through the corridor. The first few were small offices. I soon made it to a bedroom room. I raised my eyebrow in surprise. The rooms were actually decent. I was staring through in shock at a room 2 girls were sleeping in. The walls were a beautiful cream color along with 2 single beds and a desk. There were a couple dresses on the doorframe with a note on them. For the ball, I looked further down the hallway. They all had different suits or dresses. My eyebrows furrowed and I frowned in confusion. The ball had just happened, yet none of them went, but why would the king allow them to go? Aren't they considered the runt? They decided not to go. My heart jumped, and I turned to see a man and woman. My eyes widened in surprise. There stood Prince Marcus and his mate. They don't work on the weekends. Members of the pack volunteer on the weekends. My mouth gaped at the 2 of them. I don't think I introduced myself last time. The girl spoke. Embarrassment was clear when Marcus wrapped his arm around her waist. Sorry. She coughed with a giggle. I'm Red. My eyes widened slightly. Like your hair, that's clever. I spoke nervously. She furrowed her eyebrows. No. It's based on Little Red. She then shook her head. Nonetheless. What's your name? I was about to speak when Marcus informed his mate. Her name's May. Close enough. I wasn't about to correct a prince. I like my head where it is. Right. I nodded. But it's still not right that they were taken from their homes. Should I tell her? Red asked Marcus. No, I will. He smiled down at his mate. It's a process which most packs have agreed with. Agreed. Our pack takes a member from each pack and take them through our pack in order to find their mates. My eyebrows scrunched. If their mate is found, they move in with them. If not, they can stay here. He used his hand to gesture. Or go back to their families. And most of them decide to stay, I asked in confusion. He nodded. Most of them stay since it's a good way to support their families. They earn a lot of money from working here and send it to their families. He explained. They're not even considered omegas. Red pitched in. We're all a happy family. She smiled brightly. Plus, they don't have to stay down here forever. There's a waiting list. I instantly felt bad. I skipped the list, didn't I? I looked down slightly. Oh no. You were on the list for 6 months. My eyes widened. What? That's not right. I admitted. Your sister must have done it. I nodded in agreement. What about the tax issue? I raised an eyebrow. Red looked confused. Tax? Why would there be a tax? Surrounding packs decided to live within our territories for protection. This tax must be the donations the pack receives. Marcus nodded. Yeah. There has never been a tax. He said. That'd be a bit ridiculous and harsh. There are only donations from packs when they can. What about the 300 men who surrounded the Blood Moon pack? I asked. Rogues. He growled. But that means that everything Sebastian told me was a lie. I spoke. There's no Sebastian in the surrounding packs. I looked at Marcus for a moment before inhaling. I would have known. I am in charge of the packs in the west. I stormed through the forest. The trees scratching against my skin. I knew the direction, but I would have rather have gone without Marcus trailing a mile behind. He was following my scent, and I was fairly sure that Red was 2 miles away from me, a mile from Marcus. He would spontaneously mention this. And oddly, it helped. I had overcome the fear of rejection. Who would be stupid enough to reject their mate? Hopefully not mine. We're picking up Layla on the way over. Okay. I nodded. Smiling happily. Layla, his mate, was in our year also, which made their relationship more convenient. Plus, I loved Layla. She's always really bubbly and never scowling. All good. I responded. Jumping into his black car, they'd told me that they were there for backup, but I don't think I'd need it. I made it to the spot that we'd decided we'd meet when I got information. I whistled and waited. In 5 minutes, he'd arrived. His arms and legs extremely scratched up and my eyes broadened. What happened to you? The Alpha King decided to give us a personal visit. The town is in shambles. He started. That's terrible. I played along. I let a tear drip for effect. Did you get anything? Please tell me you have got something to help me take down that evil person. His voice was pleading, but his eyes were blank. It was over. I couldn't find the girl. I tried. I spoke. I gasped when I felt his hand against my body shaking me. That's okay. May. He spoke softly, bringing me into a hug. Any possible ways to attack, I need to avenge my pack. And deceive me. I nodded. Yeah. Tomorrow is the king's ball. You could slip in. He nodded, his face brightening. You're the best. I smiled back at him. I turned away from him, but not before asking him a question. What did the king do to you? I asked him. He stole my sister. To be honest, I was sick. I was sick and tired of being involved in so much drama that I just wanted to hide under my covers and let life do its course. I knew that Marcus would have tried to tell his brother about the traitorous wolf. I say tried due to the fact that Mason may be trying to tame Rosie, but I knew that it'd be harder than them after only knowing her for a while. I knew that Rosie would love her mate. Sure, but I knew that she wouldn't submit to him. They were both two different things. I never really understood why female wolves had to be submissive. Most of the women in my life had been towards their mates, yet I believed in equals, and that was a common belief in the royal pack, all but one alpha who needed to be straightened out. Anyway, today was going to be rough. I could tell already. I wasn't ready. Was Sebastian going to get caught? That was the main question on my mind. My wolf had no opinion. In fact, I couldn't even contact her anymore. She had drifted into the void. There could be a possibility that my human side is more dominant, which causes me to be weaker in wolf form yet stronger in human, but I didn't know. It's all about genetics. Isn't it? I wasn't that worried about it, though. I'd just have to work much harder than all the other wolves. I was stronger in human form anyway. It was currently 11 in the morning and I was alone in my room. No one really bothered me. No one really cared to bother about me apart from Layla, who knocked to tell me that her and my brother were going to leave for the Golden Moon Pack. I had to meet them soon, so I decided that now was the time to get up. I slowly made my way to my wardrobe. Ripping open the mahogany doors and staring at the dull colors which stared back at me. I grabbed a dark blue hoodie and grabbed a pair of leggings from my chest of drawers. I was ready to be practical. Not pretty. I loved his car. But I am not an expert at knowing what they are. All I know is that I would really like a black Mini. He jumped in moments after me and soon started up the car. I turned my head towards the window. It was oddly quite cloudy today. But I wasn't going to let that break my spirit. I was happy. And no one could take that from me. Swiftly. We pulled up in front of Layla's house. You could hear her perky squeal from a mile away as she started to sprint towards her mate. During the first few weeks, I had been transferred into a family within the pack. This family consisted of 2 children, a daughter named Elena and a son named Jude, and their parents. Elena was noticeably older than her brother, around 7 years older, and looked undeniably like her mother. The boy, Jude, was merely 14 months when I arrived. By now, Jude had left the car and had outstretched arms for his mate. Unfortunately for him, she ran straight past him and towards my window. A frown appeared on his face as she threw him a grinning smirk. I rolled down my window. "Happy birthday!" she screeched. I would have winced. But I had gotten used to the extent of the volume. I laughed at her as she pushed my present through the window. It's not just from me. It's from Jude as well. And also our future child when we decide to have her. Him. Jude corrected. And Layla gave him a glare. Look, Jude. I get to choose the gender since she comes out of my body. I don't see you getting a child pulled out of you. Jude rolled his eyes, leaving a kiss on her forehead. Whatever you say. Sweetheart. Jude spoke gently. Layla grumbled, mumbling something about mother's intuition and that she would get a daughter over a son. Anyway, Layla started. I'm not pregnant yet. And it's your birthday, she continued. So open the gift, she encouraged as Jude wrapped his arms around her waist. I rolled my eyes, letting out a tetch sound. I opened the wrapping like a monkey opens a banana after not eating for 10 days. Inside sat a laptop. My face instantly brightened at this as I reached out the window to give them a hug. It probably looked quite weird for Jude and Layla, as it looked like they were hugging the car. It's so that when we are away at the Golden Moon Pack, you'll be able to Skype us. Layla perked. Gosh, I'm so excited. Jude's application had gone through with the alpha, and everything seemed set to go. I was offered to go along with them. But I decided to hold the fort due to the fact that I hated moving and didn't want to leave my best friend behind. Okay then. That's all good. Get in the back seat. Nerd. I stuck my tongue out at him but obliged whilst carefully moving the laptop with me. Once we were all ready to go, we started our short journey towards the school grounds. We were jamming to some tunes and laughing to some jokes. I would miss this. I would always miss this. Arriving at the school, I noticed the lack of cars in the usual car park. They've opened up the yard for people to park because there's going to be a lot of cars in about an hour or so, Jude explained. I nodded, placing my laptop in the boot to avoid anyone smashing the window open to steal it. I kind of felt awkward standing there in my graduation outfit. Similarly to my brother and friend. It was kind of embarrassing. But I figured I'd laugh about how lame I looked in my last life. But for now, I needed to live in the moment and embrace my lame, awkward self. We've got an assembly in 20. Layla and I are going to head to the field to check out the venue. Wanna go? I shook my head. I'll find Lucy, I told him. And he nodded. Lucy had always been my best friend. I was closer to her than Layla. She had always been there for me. We'd met when our parents dropped us off at the PAC daycare. We'd kind of been forced to meet each other since we were both pretty much being antisocial as hell. I was walking through the hallway, noticing some last-minute pranks. They all seemed much more inferior to previous years. But some were a little funny. Suddenly, I was encompassed within a smell that was so attractive. My mind went into a frenzy, and my body started to move without my command. The smell was indescribable. I could smell it, taste it. I didn't want to let it go. I wanted it to last. I thought that I should get a candle with this smell. Abruptly, I was in front of a classroom door. Immediately, I slammed it open, desperate to get to that smell. I looked forward to see the back of a boy who was stiff as could be. It seemed as if he was fighting against his wolf. It clicked. Mate, I whispered quietly. He could hear, his ears perked up in acknowledgement. He slowly turned towards me, those brown eyes burning into my own. His rugged locks seemed to perfectly flow along with a beautiful jawline to complete the look. His face looked determined and unsure at the same time, along with feelings of happiness and regret. His expressions confused me. I stood there frozen, unsure of what to think of the man in front of me. He seemed to grip onto each and every table on the way towards me like he was trying to keep control of his wolf. Mavis. His voice was cold yet soft all at once. His eyes were cloudy and seemed to be on a never-ending change in black and brown. My thoughts had gathered slightly as I stared ahead. This was Ace. Ace was the youngest of the Alpha family. The one that was in a 3-year committed relationship with someone who wasn't their mate. I was told basic information that they'd found out about me, including my birthday, which I was glad to keep as at least a little part of myself. During the years, I grew much closer with my adoptive brother, Jude. We'd act as if we were twins in school due to our ages being so close. And they would believe us. Saying we were twins was much more natural than truly explaining my situation, which I was banned from mentioning anyway. I saw the regret, the coldness, and the internal battle between wolf and human. He was going to reject me. No, I screamed out. No, please. Please, Ace. Don't do this. Tears were undeniably falling. His face kept a certain posture, but his eyes were holding back emotions, and I noticed water welling up slightly. I'm sorry, Mavis, he said to me. I can't just break up with Maddie because of you. You're my mate, but she's my love. My heart broke, the physical pieces dropping. I felt faint. My mind couldn't rest. The pain caused me to grip onto my body. You're a great girl. You'll find someone better. I'm sorry I disappointed you. A tear ran down his cheek as a waterfall fell down mine. Our eyes met. A battle commenced in our heads. No, you can't do this. You can't just defy the moon goddess. She matched us for a reason, I protested. I had fallen to the ground at this point. My legs couldn't bear the pain being transferred into them. I'm sorry. He softly spoke. You knew I was your mate. For 8 months. You've known, I gasped. You've just tried to hold on to your wolf for as long as you could. My wolf isn't going to leave me. He denied. Look, Mavis. You're a beautiful girl with lots of potential. And I'm so sorry about this, but I reject you. Mavis Anders. As my mate, my body erupted in pain. The bones were being smashed by an invisible force. I'd heard of pain like this, but they'd never say the extent of it. Knives were thrown into my neck, leaving a burning sensation. My mouth was dry and my legs numb as I laid there in shock. You've got to accept it now, Ace explained, unfazed by my pain. It's the only way to make the pain go away. A voice spoke in my head, telling me, don't accept. But I don't want to accept rejection. I won't accept your rejection. I'd missed the graduation ceremony as I sprinted to the forest to cry. The pain was worse than I'd ever imagined. And as the seconds went by, it increased. Soon, my body started to break, creating fire that burned throughout my body. My voice screamed out for no one to hear as the shattering sound of my bones were heard. Screaming and crying. The slow shift began. Moments later, I was staring at myself in the lake, moving my head from side to side. I stared at those dark brown eyes that my wolf held. I let a small smile appear on my wolf's face. She had beautiful brown fur that blended with different shades. The left ear held a unique color of white, whilst the other one remained brown. About 3 months had passed, and the pain had developed immensely. I'd never have thought that rejection would have felt as it did. In the beginning, my wolf had shut me out. Jude and Layla had moved to the Golden Moon Pack, unaware of my current situation. And I hadn't told Lucy as she had recently found her mate. Loneliness was unfortunately always there, along with a never-ending pain. It felt as though someone had grabbed a knife and launched it into my heart, shattering it with no hesitation. Words cannot describe the pain I felt when I saw him. So as I withered in my sadness and slumbered in the darkness, I couldn't help but think of what to do. I had no job, no mate, no relatives nearby, and no friends currently available. This pack had nothing for me. Yet it had everything. The house. A large house, laid dormant on a small hill behind the pack house, looking over the meadows and complementing the forest. Memories stayed within this home from the first time I'd pulled a tantrum, leaving a black biro pen all over my walls. We'd never managed to get it out and then procrastinated in removing it. Even my sister's room stayed intact. Her young self had band posters all over the walls, and the dark purple and gray colors glistened still on her walls. My brother's room was painted a slick gray color, holding simplicity. Snuggling up into my covers further, I noticed my phone ringing. I held it up to my face, scrunching my eyes at the blinding light. I looked at the caller ID. It was only Jude. I picked up. Hey. My voice was simple and less perky as it should have been. During these few weeks, Jude had picked up on it and sometimes questioned it. What's up? I tried to perk up, but I could feel my failure. Hey, I was just wondering whether you wanted to pop up to our place this weekend. It's family week over here, and I just wanted to see. His voice was slightly pleading. I let out a sigh, letting my hand comb through my hair. Maybe, I said to him. I haven't been feeling well lately. It was the half-truth. My mate rejecting me had caused a pit in my stomach that had made me inevitably hurl. It's fine if you can't. He spoke smoothly. I asked Elena to come as well. He conjured up. Elena, my adoptive sister, was a different story though, and I don't think she ever found it in her heart to accept me. This lowered my self-esteem, especially as a werewolf. Werewolves were known to strive on acceptance and being part of the pack. So Elena's rejection caused me to feel dejected. This is why rogues usually had no emotion. They locked out their wolf's emotions to avoid the feeling of rejection. Although I was told that some rogues were just pure evil, my eyebrows raised. Seriously, I asked incredulously. I sent her an email a couple of weeks ago, and no response. I'd always try and keep in contact, even without replies. Oh, we've been emailing quite a lot recently. She's really happy, mate and all. Jude told me happily. It broke my heart. Elena was happy with a mate, and I was stuck here wailing about mine. I really did need to do something. A question that had been in my mind for the longest time was, should I accept his rejection? I didn't want to let it go. For months, I had waited for him to come and apologize, but it never happened. His relationship with Maddie had developed much more. They were engaged, she's pregnant. I don't know what to do. Accepting it would make the pain go away, but it would mean that I'd lose all my chances of a perfect life. You still there? Jude asked. And I nodded, even though he couldn't see me. Yeah. Sorry about that. Just thinking. I admitted. You thinking? He gasped. And I snorted. Hilarious. I know. Anyway. You know what? I'll come. I told Jude. And I heard a girly scream in the background, Layla. Layla would have come and got you if not. I rolled my eyes. Whatever. See you this weekend. You're picking me up, I told him. And he groaned. You have a car? Use it. He snapped. No, I don't. You took our car with you. I rolled my eyes. Right. He spoke slowly. So Saturday 11, he asked. Sounds good. I replied. I hung up on him, letting a hand go through my face along with a sigh. This should be fun. I started to make my way to the Alpha's office. Ignoring the pain that I still felt from the rejection, I had started to get used to the numbing, painful feeling. And now it was subtle, but there a little reminder of my downfall. The pack house was empty. As I'd thought, most of the children were off at school or at the daycare, whilst the parents were working either within the pack or outside the pack. If you worked inside the pack, you automatically got a room within the pack house. But if you did not, then you had to pay for your own homes and only live within the pack house if there was an emergency. It was very exclusive to live in the pack house. Most lived on the first floor, working their ways up to the third floor, each better than the last. The fourth floor was for orphans, in which a pack nanny lived too. Lastly, the fifth floor was for the third in command. The sixth was for the beta, and the seventh was for the alpha, which joined up with the loft conversion. Overall, spaces were limited in the house. I carefully made my way through the hallway and towards the stairs. I would have to walk to the fifth floor, which was both where the offices were and where the third in command lived. Once I had made the journey up the stairs, I stumbled up to his office door, listening slightly to make sure he was not in a meeting. I brought my fist up to knock on the door. Soon the light sounds rang through the air along with a response of "come in." I politely entered and stood, waiting for permission to sit down. You may sit. He spoke tirelessly. I did as so and placed my clammy hands together, trying to lose some nerves. I was actually trying to find you recently. You haven't been around lately. His eyes narrowed, and I unconsciously gulped. I'm sorry, Alpha. I have been in my house. That's all. I replied politely. Yes. I assumed so. His voice trailing slightly. Is this a similar request like your brother's? He asked with a raised eyebrow. No, not at all, Alpha. I bowed my head. I have been requested by my brother to join him at the Golden Moon Pack for a family weekend. If that is okay? I spoke, unsure of the response. Ah, the Alpha suddenly spoke. Yes. Family week. Ours is soon as well. He spoke more so to himself than to me. Very well. Who am I to get in the way of family? Thank you so much, Alpha. I'll be back Sunday night, I responded with surprise and happiness. I was actually very excited to see my brother. I hadn't seen him in 3 months. I started to get up when the Alpha's hand halted me. Wait. He spoke with strength and power. I do have something important to speak to you about. I sat down slowly. Yes, Alpha, I asked, and he smiled gently. As you may know, a new family are arriving into our pack from the Blue Sky Pack. I nodded my head a couple times. And without a source of income. You have overstayed a month in your house. My mouth gaped slightly. Was he serious? My house was part of the pack. Like many houses. Over the years, we'd managed to get by for free in it due to our mother and father's death. However, a few years later, around 4 years after I arrived, when I was 5, My adoptive parents passed away in a fire. This caused the distance between Elena and I to increase. But it was the complete opposite regarding Jude. Jude and I grew close quite quickly, whilst Elena turned rather cold. Around 3 years later, Elena left to join the royal pack as a pack doctor. She was only 15. It was probably due to the fact that I was no longer a child and had to face up. Rejection had just been so hard on me, and I couldn't feel any motivation. I didn't even know what I wanted to do. In all respect, Alpha, that house is my home. Surely I can make it up to you, I pleaded. He shook his head. The deal has been done. The Stu family will be moving into that house by the end of the month. Understand? His voice made me feel as if it was a command. Even though I knew better, it was a very strong request. Yes, Alpha. I let my head drop in understanding and sadness. I'll be seeing you soon, Mavis, he told me. And I nodded, picking myself up and removing myself from the room. When the door banged close, I let a sob erupt from my throat until tears were falling down my face at a rapid rate. It seemed that luck was not on my side at all. All I felt was despair. But I needed hope more than ever. Maybe this weekend would be good for me. As I continued to cry, I made my way to Lucy's room. We had hardly spoken, mostly texted, and I found myself slamming onto her door. Quick footsteps were heard as she opened the door. Seeing my state and hugging me close, her mate stood behind her. Unsure of what to do, Lucy shooed him away, which he obliged. They're making me move, I stated. Lucy was trying to calm me down. I just can't believe it. You know, I sobbed. I know. It's okay. Lucy spoke, attempting to comfort me. And it was working slightly. The pain I felt was still there, but the tears were slowly ending. I can't do this, I stated. Where am I going to live? I let out. There's always room for you here, Lucy stated with a small smile. Her light blonde hair stayed static. Thanks, Luce, I told her simply but gratefully. She continued to comfort me until I felt better. In the beginning of my rejection, I hadn't told her as she had recently met her mate. I didn't want to be a burden. But a month in, I told her. She understood completely and helped me through most of it. I was happy to have her as a friend, even though the pain was immense and I hardly saw her. Her small texts of support sometimes brightened my day. I was making my way back when I bumped into Ace. His hair was rugged and his clothing out of place. My eyes narrowed slightly, my heart bumping at an accelerated speed, and my mind a twisted mess. The bond was clearly still there, and his eyes were pleading, as if wanting me to just accept it and move on. I don't know why, but part of me just wanted to hold on to this bond. If I accepted, I wouldn't be able to feel anything like this again. All the pain was worth it just to feel this bond. Hi, he spoke. His voice sounded like cobblestone. How are you doing? He asked me with a tight, fake smile. I responded, I'm good. I see Maddie's pregnant. I thought privately that she was pregnant with his baby, which should be my baby. They are the perfect family, Maddie for the third in command's family, and Ace from the Alphas. They are perfection. Yeah. He spoke awkwardly. 3 months, actually. I raised my eyebrow. 3 months must be great. I gritted my teeth. Look, Mavis. You have to accept it. I am begging you at this point. His eyes pleading. I can't be happy until this is gone. I just can't, Ace. His name was like acid in my throat. I know you can move on just like I did. You are an amazing girl, Mavis. I can't deal with this. His face showed sorrow. I'm sorry. I then turned and walked away to the one place I felt safe. Home. Jude had arrived early Saturday morning. He looked healthy and happy compared to the black bags that laid under my eyes. I waved at him whilst rushing towards the car, holding onto my bags. Hey there, stranger. He grinned as I hugged him as tight as I could. It was strange. Within the 3 months, he had started to grow a beard and was sparkling with excitement. I let go. Hey. I smiled brightly. Let's go. I can't wait to see Layla. Neither can I. He agreed with a look of admiration in his eyes. I rolled my eyes towards him, jumping into his slick car. So, can you tell me why you look like you haven't slept in days? His voice held a joke but also concern. I let out a sigh, running my hand through my hair. It's nothing. He gave me a look. It's the house. I have to move out by next month since I haven't been paying the rent. I admitted, scratching the back of my head. Shit. He grumbled. Do you need me to send some money? I can if you need it. I shook my head repetitively. Oh no. During the years of blocking us out, she'd studied and studied so she could leave and have a better life, away from her real troubles. I knew that she found me partially to blame for our parents' death, but she would never dare say it. I didn't want her to go. I'd heard stories about the royal pack and how savage they really were. Even if she didn't like me very much, I still cared for her well-being. I am sure I'll be fine. There's probably some room in the pack house. I waved. He gave me a skeptical look. Actually, the alpha already confirmed a room. He still looked at me dubiously. You sure? He questioned. Positive. My fake smile stretched across my face as the lie seeped through. I'll be just fine. Don't worry about me. I soon made it to the Golden Moon Pack. I now knew why people called this the second most beautiful pack. The pack house was magnificent, stretching over 12 floors. It looked luxurious with the variety of plants and vines that spindled down. I let a small gasp escape my lips. This place was truly beautiful, the definition of beautiful. Wow. This place is amazing, I commented. Jude nodded in agreement. I continued to look with eyes of amazement. Yeah. Jude spoke. Let's head in. Our alpha wants to meet you. I nodded, slightly nervous, and stumbled my way after his figure. Once we entered the house, it was so similar to the outside. This pack house was extremely magnificent. It was at least 10 times greater than my packs. I can't believe you live here. He chuckled in response, directing me through the pack house and towards the lift, which was extremely relieving. We made it to level 8 and started to make our way towards his and Layla's room. I was thrilled to see her. I let a small squeal escape my lips once Jude had gotten the door open. It was like a small apartment. Jude had addressed the fact that he and Layla stayed in a family suite. There was a kitchen and a small dining table, what looked to be 3 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, and a lounge. How did you get such a nice room? I asked him, gobsmacked at this. Well, this was one of the last left, and Layla walked into the room with her hands around a bump on her stomach. Ah, I squealed in excitement, running over to Layla and looking at the bump. That's my niece. She's grown, I teased, seeing as my brother wants a boy. I am so excited for the 2 of you. Thanks. May Layla's voice was perky as always. Any names? I asked her, and she nodded enthusiastically. I was thinking something like Celestia, she confessed. As in the moon goddess? I asked her, and she nodded. That's cute since it isn't an exact copy. The moon goddess's name is Selene, but Celestia was a cute version. Yeah. She smiled. It just came to me one night. It was like something was telling me to name her that. Maybe it was the moon goddess. I wiggled my eyes. Maybe it was. She laughed. Jude then butted into our conversation. Well, he won't be named that anyway. He'll be named Mike. He told us. After Mike Ike. Mike Ike is a sweet that Jude was obsessed with as a child. And that is probably how he came up with the name. That's bad, Jude. That's just bad. Shut up. Like you could come up with something better. He told me, okay. What about Lucas? I said, and Layla nodded her head in agreement that my name was better than his. Plus, you won't have to worry about coming up with a name for the child because it will be a girl. You'll find out in a month. Can't you smell the strawberry scent? I asked him. Wolves could detect the gender. For a girl, it is strawberries. And for a boy, it is peaches. He's refusing to smell it, Layla told me. And I tilted my head. I am not refusing. I am just hoping. Plus, there is a scent of peach in there, he admitted. Maybe our child is a boy and a girl. Layla countered. Shit. We'd have to call it Salisik. They both turned to me with a roll of their eyes. Okay. What's up? Layla asked as we sat down in the pack lounge area. I let out a deep sigh. Just finance issues. That's all. What about you? I asked her with a small smile. I can get serious when I want to be. May. Layla pointed out. Call it mother's intuition. But I know something is up. Just tell it to me. Or I'll have to do this the hard way. I held my hands up in surrender. Seriously. Nothing's up. I smiled largely. Smiles shouldn't go that high up your cheek. May. I lowered it slightly. That isn't helping, she pointed out. Just tell me. May. Her face was serious. I got rejected. Is that what you wanted? It felt as if someone had ripped my heart to pieces again as I leaned into Layla. And this time I held my own. It's okay. I'll rip him to shreds. Give me a name and place. It must have been the fact that she was becoming a mother that had caused this overprotective side to come out. No. No. No mass murdering, I told her. I'm kind of over it now. My wolf remarked. Hardly. She'd been speaking to me more often now. Seriously. Layla said, Who rejected you? It was Ace. I sighed. Don't tell Jude. It'll break him. I told her. She nodded slightly in agreement. But anger was still clear in her face. I'll kill him. I'll slaughter him. I'd heard that they had killed the previous pack doctor because he was unable to save a warrior a life for a life. Apparently, the pack never used to be like this. But after the king and queen's decease, the kingdom had become darker, and I didn't know what to think about it all. When Jude, my brother, turned 18, he found his mate. She was an elegant girl who held the title of a beta's daughter. The beta, of course, also had a son. So he was pleased to see his daughter mate with Jude. Jude walked in. Shit. What did I do? His face was in a panic. Nothing yet. Layla replied. Her face was fierce but held a suspicious smile. I was lounging in the pack kitchen. Even though some had their private ones, some still had to use it. I was just watching the Luna cook some food for the family dinner. Some would eat inside. But there would be a barbecue as well. The alpha suddenly appeared in the room. I hadn't met him yet. But after he kissed the Luna on the lips, he made his way over to me. He let out a sigh as he plopped himself down. He was in jeans and a casual t-shirt, something I didn't expect from an alpha. I was speaking to Layla recently. He started. She told me about your rejection. My heart was suddenly stabbed all over again. But I managed to stay strong in front of the alpha. Yeah? I am fine now. Thanks for asking. I spoke quietly. My face held a certain awkwardness. No. You're not. His rough voice spoke. I saw the Luna shaking her head in the background. How would you know I spoke spitefully? Because I was once rejected too. I stared at him for a moment. Testing him. Almost trying to find out whether he was telling me the truth or trying to make me feel better. I looked over towards the Luna with a questionable look, and then moved my gaze back to the alpha. I'm confused. I admitted to him. You are happily with Luna, but she's not my mate. Neither am I hers. The Luna nodded in agreement in the background. My mate rejected me as well. Mavis. The Luna spoke softly. I thought that it was all over. That everything was going wrong. I'd thought that the moon goddess had set me up. I refused to accept his rejection. But then I met Bradley. She smiled towards Alpha Bradley. And I realized that I could move on. And so I accepted it. Her story spoke to me. But what if I never find someone like that? What if I am doomed to be alone? I asked her. My mouth quivered slightly. Well, that's better than bearing a burden. I tilted my head. Look, Mavis. You don't have to bear this pain. The moon goddess won't hate you for accepting it. You've been strong, Mavis. But you don't have to be. I'll think about it. Thanks. They both nodded their heads as I went deep in thought. I was about to go to where I was staying, which was Jude and Layla's room. When I stumbled across Elena, her long blonde hair stopped at her breasts, and her blue eyes stared into my soul. I stepped back, a bit shocked to see her. Elena. I'd managed to recognize her instantly. even if I hadn't seen her for so long. It's been a while. My voice was neutral. Mavis. I couldn't detect a pure emotion. But I knew her view held a slight surprise. Look at you, you're all grown up. I raised my eyebrows slightly at her. Yeah. That's what happens after 10 years. I snapped slightly. You just left us. I couldn't stand to live in that home anymore, she responded, her voice leveling mine. It just reminded me so much of them. And seeing your faces just made me miss them more. I wouldn't stay there any longer. Her eyes were brimming with tears. Look, Jude told me about your financial issues. And you can always stay with me. I'd be happy to house you. You really think that I'd want to live with you? You left us. You didn't think that it'd be hard on us. Our parents had died. And then soon later, our sister after neglecting us. May I add, ditched us in a lonesome house, I screeched back. To add to that, I tried. I really tried to contact you, but guess who never responded? I didn't know what to say, she shouted back. Look, I know that I've been a bad sister these past years, but I came here with one thing on my mind, and that is forgiveness. I want forgiveness. Jude then walked into the room. His grin turned into a shocked face as he watched us brawl. He walked up to her, placing a hand on Elena's shoulder. I don't think I can. I told Elena, please, Mavis. She pleaded. Jude has forgiven me. Why can't you? Her eyes filled with sadness. Jude patted her back. Because for the past 10 years I've been thinking that the reason you left was me. I'd thought that you blamed me for their death. I'd thought. My words were stuck in my throat. That was never my intention, she countered. Well, it happened. Didn't it? 10 years? 10 years? Her head lowered. I can't deal with this right now. I budged past her, leaving them, and went towards the barbecue, wiping small tears that I managed to control. The barbecue was fairly tame. I was just in pure bliss that Jude was happy. It made me ruminate about my mate. I wondered who he would be, what title he would have, or what if he was a rogue. But I knew through all of that, I would love him. I wouldn't mind if he was an Omega or a rogue. I wouldn't even mind if I got Randy Jackson, who is still as immature as a 4-year-old. I wouldn't mind because this was my mate. This was the person the moon goddess had decided I should be with. And I wouldn't deny him, never. I spoke to quite a lot of people who inspired me to do something with my life. I'd realized that I wanted to be a productive part of the pack and not just lazy around because I was rejected. I didn't know what I wanted to do, but I would find something. I want to be an active part of the pack. I was now in the car with Jude on the way back to my pack. He was trying to get me to converse with him, but I didn't want to speak about her. He tried to persuade me, saying, give her a chance. She didn't mean to. She just wants forgiveness. And Mavis. No, I stated. I just can't. What she did to me, us. She pursued her dreams. May. Jude spoke softly. She didn't mean to. She didn't intentionally mean to cause you pain. Jude. It's not just that. She abandoned us when we were 8, I exclaimed. Can't you see that? She's trying to make it right. Is she, though? I raised an eyebrow. Is she really? I feel as though she's going to just use us. She wants her family back. Jude convinced. I'll think about it, I told him. And he smiled. That's all I am asking. I entered the pack house, happy to speak to the alpha to get me a job, until my eyes came across Ace and Maddie, and something inside me churned. It wasn't a bad thing, but it was a feeling of realization. I knew what had to be done. I couldn't keep holding on to something that wasn't ever going to turn into something else. I was stuck in limbo, and I had to decide to move on or to stay spitefully. In this moment, I decided. I approached the couple. Maddie stared at me for a second in shock and surprise, unsure of my appearance. Ace looked as if he wanted to walk away. His posture was extremely confused yet awkward. Mavis. He spoke. My name, and his voice was painful to me. I know. I know you want me to accept your rejection. And I damn well hope you know why I haven't. He bobbed his head slightly in understanding. I am not sorry, though, that I've caused you confusion. And I am not sorry that my lack of acceptance has put your life in an awkward position. And I am certainly not sorry that your wolf won't speak to you. What are you getting at? Maddie spoke. Her voice was quite harsh and spiteful. I sent a glare in her direction. Yeah, Mavis. What are you getting at? Ace added in. I rolled my eyes subtly. I am accepting your rejection. For a moment. They both looked shocked. Mavis Anders. Accept your rejection. It was as if something was lifted off. A sense of relief went through me. And I let out a bright smile. I nodded to myself. There was a look of shock on both Maddie and Ace's faces. But Ace looked relieved. Thanks. Mavis. He spoke. You'll find someone better. I completed. He nodded to himself. You keep saying that. I spoke slowly. Hopefully that'll come true. I turned to Maddie. Good luck with the baby. She nodded curtly. Good luck with whatever you are doing. I nodded and then turned away from the couple. I knew what I had to do now. I had to call Elena. I needed a fresh start. My hands delicately pressed the buttons. But I didn't click the call button. I was contemplating my decision for the past hour. I had dared call it earlier but was glad to hear her voicemail. I had to run this by my alpha first. I needed to set things up before I decided to move for real. I stumbled down the hallway towards my alpha's office. I could hear him moving around within it. I sorted out what I was wearing. I was trying to look smart and presentable. I knocked on the door. My fist more affirmative this time. Like I knew what I wanted. I heard his response within the second. Wait outside. Please. I nodded and walked to a comfortable chair that laid conveniently outside his office. I settled on planning to tell him, Alpha. I would like to move to the Royals Pack due to my financial issue. My sister has accommodation set up for me over there. And her Alpha approves. Come in. The Alpha's gruffy voice was heard as I stood up. Straightening out my shirt, I walked towards the door and opened it. He sat on his chair. His eyes held black bags. It was strange. This had happened over a weekend. What had made him so stressed, Alpha? I acknowledged with a nod. Mavis. He responded with the same action. But his nod was quite weary compared to his usual strong nod. Alpha. I would like to move to the Royals Pack due to my financial issue. My sister has accommodation set up for me over there. And her Alpha approves. His eyes enlarged slightly. Taken back by my words. He stood up for a moment and sat down again. What has brought this on? Mavis, he asked me. I cannot grant you permission without a valid reason, he argued. I nodded in understanding. I also often wondered about my wolf. Many had said that men receive their wolf increasingly earlier than women. But it's untrue. It's just a way to make men feel more superior. Just like men. Women shifted when they turned 18. Like my mate. I'd wonder about my wolf, too. Wondering her name. Her age. And if she would like me. The last question left me pondering for hours. Making my body an anxious mess. I let out a deep sigh. Rejection. I drawled. The Alpha looked surprised. Wah, I am shocked. Mavis. His voice was quite deep. I hadn't realized. This is not acceptable. Tell me the member, he demanded. I can't, I told him. Tell me. His eyes turning into a dark swirl of blue and black. His alpha tone came through. Demanding for the name. Yet I still didn't answer. I'm sorry, Alpha, but no. I stared him straight in the eye. Holding my power over his own. Will you grant me permission to leave your pack and transfer to the Royals Pack? The Alpha let out a deep sigh. Alpha Henry. Grant you. Mavis Anders. Permission to move to the Royals Pack. I felt a string break within me. In a week, all ties with this pack will be broken. During that time, you can settle into your new pack and hopefully finally be happy. I let a smile cross my face. Thank you. Alpha. I finally built up the courage to call Elena's number. I didn't trust her, not yet anyway. I conversed with Jude before making this call. He was all for it. Telling me that I was doing the right thing. It felt as if everything was flowing. I was relieved that the pain of rejection was no longer on my shoulder. I was relieved to have a new start. and I was relieved to move away from Ace. After a few rings, a female voice was heard. "Hey." The voice was confused, probably due to the fact that she didn't have my number and sounded slightly stressed. "Hey." "It's Mavis." I spoke, and a small squeal was heard on the other end of the phone. "Mavis," she questioned out loud. "Oh, my moon goddess." "Mavis." I could feel her grin. That's how delighted her voice sounded. "I haven't forgiven you." I spoke quickly. "I'm not sure how long it'll take, but I haven't forgive you," I stated. "Oh." She spoke slowly and slightly sadly. "I understand. Completely." She then continued. "I will try make things right." "Mavis." "Really?" "I hope so." I said. "I am accepting your offer." "My offer?" She sounded confused. "Oh, my offer, you are going to come, really? That's great." Her voice was bright. Is the alpha okay with that?" I asked her, unsure. "Oh, yeah. He'll be fine with it. I'm the beta's mate." She spoke proudly. My eyebrows rose in surprise and shock. "Whoa. I didn't expect that." I said. "Neither did I." She admitted. "Everything will be set up." "When do you think you'll be coming?" "In the next few days. Most likely Wednesday." It was currently Monday. "So that shouldn't be a problem. We'll send a mover's van." She proclaimed. "No. No. No." I denied. "Seriously. It'll be there Wednesday morning at 10. I let out a sigh. "Okay. Thanks, Elena." "I can't wait," she squealed. And I hung up. I had to get used to her. Even though I have not forgiven her, I couldn't cast her out. This was another opportunity, one to mend the bond between two sisters I couldn't miss out. I was moving. I was moving away from the place that I had called home for so long. I wasn't sure what was out there and whether or not I would like it. But that didn't matter for now. I was leaving. I was leaving behind my pack. My mate. And my previous life. No one had waved me off. Lucy had gone out of town this week. And I was fairly sure that she didn't know I was leaving. She'd probably call me when she comes back. I think she was on a holiday trip with her mate. I didn't mind that no one was there. I didn't have to say goodbye. I could just pack my bags into the back of the van and go. A lot of the stuff had been sent over to Jude and Layla. But my stuff was coming with me. It felt weird and empty. I hated seeing the house this way. It felt as if all my memories were gone along with it. But I had to move on. I knew this was going to happen. And now I needed to face it. I let a small smile cross my face as I sat in the mover's van. There was the driver and I in the front of the van. I was fairly sure that the driver was from the Royals pack. 10 hours to go. I was 4 at the time, or maybe 5, but I remember walking around the pack land. I loved to look throughout the trees. Sometimes I saw flashes. But the guard would move me away and storm into the forest. But one time they didn't. A small boy reached the border. His hair was quite rugged and messy. He looked tired and malnourished. I held my hand out to him. But I remember he flinched away. "Hello." My little voice spoke. I wasn't very threatening. But the boy seemed to think so. I let out a sigh. "Are you okay, my name's?" "Go away," he spat out. "I don't want you near me." "Go away," he whispered the last part. But I could hear him. I guess he didn't want to draw any attention to himself. "I can help you," I suggested. "I can get you some food and water. I don't need your charity." His angry voice was heard. I made my way down the stairs and into an area where most young adults relaxed on sofas, played pool and watched television. Of course, there were other activities that people could do, but those were the main things. I was just going to lay down on the sofa and socialize whilst I waited for the arrival of Jude and Layla. The television was turned to some sport channel, and a bunch of the female and male wolves were captivated with the score. It was between two packs, ironically the Golden Moon pack and the Stella pack. The Stella pack were currently winning, but hopefully the Golden Moon would have a comeback. "Hey." I heard someone speak behind me. I turned to see Red. Her blood-red hair in a messy bun as she stared down at me. "We may have a little bit of an issue concerning you-know-who." She spoke the last bit in a whisper. "I'm coming." I grumbled, getting up from the sofa and making my way over to Red, who gestured for me to walk towards the corner of the room. What's up? I asked her. Okay, so Marcus is trying his hardest right now to get through to Mason, but he can't. We're struggling to get the defense up, she explained. But we're not sure how many rogues are going to be there. We need the defenses and fast. I told her. I know that. She responded fiercely. I don't know what to do, she expressed. I'm going up there, and I am going to deal with that alpha. I told her. Storming past her and running up the stairs with her running behind me, calling my name. May. She called. This is seriously a bad idea, she continued. May, as I got close to his door and saw Marcus knocking tiredly. I turned to her. I don't care, Red. We need defenses, and if this jerk wants to be selfish, then I'll show him a mad person. I gave Marcus a look, and he backed off slightly as I approached the door. I let out a cough and pressed on the button that allowed my voice to go through to his room. Mr. Alpha King Mason. Seer. I spoke gently at first, slightly nervous about speaking to the King of Alphas. We need to talk to you. His room was unfortunately soundproof, so I had no idea whether he was in there or not. I seemed to sense his presence along with Rosie's. Seriously. I continued. You will want to hear this. It's very important. It involves the safety of you and your mate. I spoke, hoping to egg him out with the mention of his mate, but to no avail. It's useless, May. Red spoke to me whilst holding her mate's hand. I grabbed a pin from her hair and smiled gently. He knows we're here, so he shouldn't be surprised when I unlock his door. I started to jam the pin in, turning it in all directions that I could. Spelled. Marcus spoke sheepishly. I glared at him, holding down the button once more. I conjured the most powerful voice I could. Alpha King Mason. You better get your butt out here this once, unless you want your pack to be destroyed within seconds. I started to see the door handle move angrily. I rushed to hide behind Red and Marcus since they'd defend me. Right. An angry Mason appeared. His face literally as red as Red's hair. Who is the brat who thinks that she can just walk around here like she's the princess? I squeaked in response. That's May for you. I heard Rosie's voice. Look, Mason. Rogues are planning to attack today. Marcus started. We need to get warriors round the perimeter. This seemed to draw the attention off me at least. And how would you know this before me, the Alpha King remarked. Because May was deceived. Look. They think that your ball is tonight and are planning to attack. It would have been a fantastic plan since everyone would be distracted, but not tonight. No one was distracted tonight. May is the one crouched behind you. Right, yes. I piped up, standing up. Hi. Well, apparently you're #1 communicator with these savages, so you're going to be speaking to these rogues when they appear. He pronounced. What? No, gosh no, I refuse. I panicked. Refusing your alpha? No. I just, arg. If she's going on the line. Then so am I. Rosie announced. Like hell you are. I'll join you. Marcus shrugged. Got nothing better to do. Red punched him lightly. Same. I smiled slightly at this. Sebastian. Revenge is a meal best served cold. So much was happening, but our game plan was in action. We knew what was going to happen and how to survive this. We would survive this. This is what we had to do. Most of the packs that had arrived for the ball were leaving now, and I had already said my goodbyes to Jude and Layla. Jude and Layla seemed hesitant to leave as we'd hardly had time to properly talk. But I encouraged them to head back. I could see in their faces that they were exhausted and knew it was for the best. Although Jude had mentioned that he left me a book and recommended me to read it. It was about his studies that he was currently working on. It was an old book that he'd found in a deceased library. There was no title to it, but it was a brown leather book that looked fairly old but looked as if it had been refurbished a few times to prevent any serious damage. It looked important if I was being completely honest, and I knew that I would have to take care of it. I also hadn't seen much of Elena. She had wandered off, probably off to do more work as a pack doctor, but I wanted to rekindle. I knew I was fully ready to speak to my sister again like she was my sister. It's been a long time of grief and tears, and I knew that I needed to let go of all this pent-up anger. I knew that others would disagree with my choice. But in my heart, I knew that this was the right choice. I attempted to mind-link Elena, and soon a response was heard. Hello, she responded. Elena. Can we talk? I asked her. She agreed immediately and told me that she'd make her way over to me as soon as possible. I saw the rushing figure making her way towards me. Her face was torn with a variety of emotions as I stood in front of her. I closed my eyes for a second and took in her appearance once more. I was right to think that she was working as she wore her lab coat over her small frame. Her eyes held bags and her eyes were wild. Look, I know that we haven't been getting along. No, Mavis. She suddenly interrupted whilst letting her hand comb through her hair. It's my fault. It has always been my fault. She took a deep breath before continuing. I grew up thinking that you'd replace me in the family. I didn't like the idea that I was going to have to share the sister and daughter role with someone else. I tilted my head slightly. Wait. You were jealous of me, I asked her. Shocked. Were you jealous of Jude too? No. She muttered lowly. I'd always wanted to be the one girl child in the family since Jude was the only boy. Mavis. I'm so sorry. I saw a tear fall down her cheek and hit the ground in one fluid moment. I blinked a few times at the girl in front of me, her face full of regret and grief as she recalled our childhood. It's okay. I spoke quietly. I allowed myself to hug her, comforting my sister for the first time ever. I felt wanted. Later on, I sensed someone attempted to mind-link me. The link seemed to be failing, and I automatically assumed that it was Ace, due to me not being in his pack anymore and my defiance to even communicate with him. It was near to impossible for him to connect any sort of link, thankfully. As if the constant pain that I had to suffer wasn't enough. The door sounded 3 loud knocks, each getting louder than the previous one. I groaned internally as I knew who had made himself present at my door. The one and only Ace. I was already under extreme stress already with the confrontation of Sebastian occurring later, but this was something else. I had given up being defiant due to the fact that I was getting a headache and I needed to leave the room anyway to meet up with Red. Rosie may be there depending on her overly possessive mate. I opened the door. His rough, flushed face appeared. The pull was still there, but I felt almost repulsed by his presence, probably a side effect from accepting his rejection. Mavis. Please. Please. He begged desperately. Can we just part the river? I spoke gently. Ace. This is destroying you inside and out. The regret. The anguish and the pain. I get it. I got it for 3 months. Ace. This destroyed me for longer than you'd ever think. You just need to accept it. Accept that I can't be with you. I could never be with someone who decided to put me through all that pain. Ace. It's true what they say. You know? You'll find someone else. Someone who isn't your mate, but someone nonetheless. Ace. We both need to find someone else. What we had was nothing. You destroyed it and we need to separate permanently. I finished. But I don't want us to be apart. But it's what you need. What I need. Please, Ace. Stop dragging this on. Do this for yourself. I begged. I then closed my door and walked past him on my way towards Red, forgetting him whilst moving. Game plan review, I suggested to Red, trying to get my mind off that intense conversation that I had with Ace. She nodded. There's 3 times as many warriors on the perimeter. It's almost impossible to get through. We're going to stay here until the warriors let us know whether they're planning to attack the north, south, east or west. I nodded. Then we'll rush onto the field and try to communicate with Sebastian. I spoke with disgust. That's pretty much the bare facts that we need. Red nodded. I'm ready. I smiled gently. That night, I sat with Rosie whilst preparation was occurring. She was sipping on coffee whilst I decided to go for a hot chocolate instead. She seemed slightly distressed by the way her hair was knotted in so many places. I wondered whether it was due to her finding out that the Alpha King was her mate, or whether it was to do with something else. She suddenly released a groan as she kicked the table, gaining some attention from unaware pack members. What's up? I asked her. Concerned. I squirmed a little in the chair, making myself more comfortable for a moment as she looked like she was preparing her words carefully. There's something I haven't been telling you guys, she admitted whilst shaking her head at herself. What is it? I asked her. If you don't want to say, that's cool. I smiled genuinely and she shook her head again. I think it's important. You're not pregnant. Are you? I asked her. Wah, no, in one day, wah. You have a boyfriend? I questioned. No. Mavis, listen. I then turned to her and nodded slowly. Sebastian is my brother. Things had changed in the plan. Everyone had split into different sections as the warriors announced that they were coming from all directions. Mason had taken north. I had taken east. Red and Marcus had taken south. And Elena's mate, the Beta, had taken west. After Rosie's revelation, Mason had stated that it was best for her to stay where it would be safe, in the pack house. After lots of arguing, Mason had ended up winning the argument and Rosie was left brooding. As long as she was safe, I was staring at rogues that stared across from me. A significant amount of rogues stood round the perimeter. No moves had been made yet, but I sensed something. I sensed someone. It wasn't Sebastian. I stood along with the warriors, standing strong and proud at the front. I concealed any type of emotion as I stared down my enemy. I didn't have control over the warriors. I definitely wasn't qualified for that kind of job. But my job was to attempt to get Sebastian to call off this pathetic attack. A surprise attack is definitely cowardly. I hadn't exactly planned a way to get the rogues to back down from the attack. All I had was a speech of criticism for Sebastian who hadn't even bothered to show his face to me. I frowned at this, but continued to stare at the rugged faces that appeared in front of me instead. It seemed almost surreal to be standing here defending the same pack that I'd heard such vicious rumors from. Sure, I think that the Alpha King had definitely been accountable for a few of the rumors, and sure, some were probably absolutely true, but all I really saw was a pack who looked out for other packs. A pack built on strength and honor and a pack that pulled its own weight. No one felt like a dead weight. As the troops lined up, some shifting in front, but most stayed in human form with claws out ready. The rogues had mimicked the action. A wolf caught my eye. It was a horrific sight. The wolf was left with uneven, spaced out stitches where its ear should have been, and their fur was blood-ridden, stained. Its face lacked fur and looked extremely threatening as it allowed rumbles of growls to escape from its mouth. He looked lethal. I stared to my left and noticed that one of the head warriors stood beside me, tapping on my side. I nodded, knowing that I'd have to speak. I'd have to try and get them to back down. Some way or another. I weaved my way through the line of the pack in front of me that had been there for safety precautions. I let a cough come out my mouth to draw everyone's attention to me. Do you have a leader that I can speak to? I asked. My voice as strong, as powerful as possible, but I knew it wouldn't be that powerful as I'd like it to be. A wolf stepped out from the crowd, a scar falling down his cheek onto his neck. His smirk was not unnoticed by me as he approached. I tensed, even though I knew that my pack would react at any sign of an attack. Roderick, at your service. Milady. The jokiness of the rogue was alarming to me. Oh, you don't seem to have that much authority. Not much power oozing out of you. Must be an Omega or just a plain Jane of the pack. Am I right? He laughed. I bit my lip, biting back some words that I would love to express. Roderick. I responded with a subtle, bitter tone. I have been informed to offer you the chance to surrender. You have been informed. Oh, isn't this fantastic? She's been informed, guys. He laughed along with his friends. Little lady. You don't know how much I want to dig my claws into your neck at this very moment. He smiled cynically. I gulped again. The army on guard. But then again, I wouldn't want to ruin a pretty face. He pouted mockingly. Well, it might make your face a little bit better, actually. What do you want, rogue? I spat out. Mavis. The warning of one of the heads of the army. Ah, there is some fire in this one. I thought you were going to be boring. Roderick acknowledged. I like a lady with much more fire in her talk. A growl made its way out of my mouth. A hefty sound. What do you want? I repeated. For now, he questioned. We do not want to attack yet, actually. We're just here to deliver the distraction. What I furrowed my eyebrow. Whilst you were talking to me and whilst everyone was distracted with the potential threat of an attack, a vicious growl was heard for miles and miles. I turned to the head of the army who looked just as alarmed as I. Sebastian took the time to take his sister back, and it seems as if it was successful. He spoke after hearing a horn which made most of the rogues retreat, only a few staying with Frederick as he spoke his final words. You think that Sebastian is dumb enough not to listen to you, a lying person? Pathetic. With that, they all retreated, and I turned to the head of the army with a helpless look. Rosie. If I could describe Mason's anger, I would, because he was furious. his mind irrational as he grouped together a bunch of random members and led them into an inevitable failure of an expedition to find his lost mate. Of course, I was to blame, according to him, saying that I was the traitor which caused his mate to be taken, and that if I wasn't so naive and stupid, then she'd be here. I was happy that at least one person was loyal to me. Elena. I felt so much relief when I heard her back me up. She told them that I wouldn't have the heart to do anything horrible. I didn't have the guts, which also could be taken as an insult. I kind of kicked myself about the situation, though. We had drawn a majority of the warriors onto the field, yet left Rosie, what they were after, unattended. I was so naive and stupid that I just let them waltz in. If I hadn't have spoken to Sebastian in the first place, Rosie would still be here with Mason. Simple as that. I wouldn't be in the worst situation ever, and I wouldn't be standing staring into the eyes of a rogue wolf. I found myself lured towards this wolf. A strange wolf with an ombre brown coat. His eyes seemed blank of emotion, yet a slight recognition was visible. I guess that's what drew me towards the rogue. There was a cliff between us at the moment. He had led me to a bridge. A bridge made up of a tree that had been chopped down and laid across the cliff. The rogue had raised his eyebrow at me as if daring me to cross, but also wanting me to stay far away from it as possible, but I knew I wouldn't, and so did the rogue. The rogue seemed as if it wanted to protect me, yet attracted me towards itself. So as we continued to stare at each other, I made the first step onto the fallen oak tree, a nervousness taking over me and causing me to sway on the oak. My eyes flashed with continuous fear. I gulped quickly and placed my other foot onto the tree, holding my hands out for balance. I took more steps, making them swift incidentally. I had to be more careful. The wind was picking up at a hefty rate. My legs quivered again, but I continued knowing that the rogue staring at me wouldn't let me fall. The rogue looked as though it was ready to run and help if I needed it, and something in my heart told me to trust him. Maybe it was the adrenaline. I knew this rogue. Somehow. So as I continued my way towards him, my head becoming more leveled and my body becoming more confident with every step that I took. A smile appeared on my face for a split second, yet when I did that, I slipped. My leg fell from the right, and so my balance fell too. I gripped the tree for support as I tried to use my upper body strength to pull myself up. I was too weak. I was too weak for this. I knew I was too weak for this. I knew that I neglected every single practice that the pack provided. This was my fault. Again, I closed my eyes for a moment, embracing the fear, the anxiety and the stress, knowing that I didn't want to be in this situation again. I heard a deep sigh from behind me. I strained my head to turn as much as I could, and there was the rogue standing on a perfectly made bridge, staring at me with amusement, embarrassment, and despair. His arms crossed with a quirked eyebrow. "You're an idiot." He spoke roughly. A stare-off had commenced within seconds. His dark eyes resembled his weariness and righteousness. His clothes were filthy and his mind set. "Mavis." His voice was quite gravelly and determined. "I know it's been a long time, but a long time." "I thought you were dead," I exclaimed. "But you knew what was going to happen, didn't you? So you faked your death and were gone." Anger flooded from my veins. I was accusing him for something he may not have known, but I was angry. Seeing him here, alive, indicated some relief and anger within me. He rolled his eyes. "If I didn't fake my death, then you'd be dead." He seethed. Why, I asked him. The obnoxious question triggered a look of annoyance. "Why?" His voice suddenly going calm. "Of course you are that ignorant, Mavis. Have you been living under a bloody rock all your life?" "Well, I was banned from watching television after I threw the remote at it when I was 7, Mavis," he shouted in my face. Extremely agitated by my reaction to his question, I frowned at this. "I have been living under a rock." "Axel." I spoke angrily. "I always have been. You never told me your real name. You never told me where you were going, and you never told me why you were near me. I was near you to protect you." He growls out. "You were young. As young as me." "Why in the heck would you want to protect me?" I asked him. "Because I wasn't as ignorant as you, Mavis. I wasn't stupid enough to buy into your others' lies." He responded. "And what did these others lie about?" I asked him with a quirked eyebrow. "What on earth did they lie about? Is this to do with my old pack? The fact that they even accepted me without an issue? Why didn't they want you to confess your real story to others then? Why didn't they allow you to say what you wanted to say? Why did they lie when they said that the house wasn't yours anymore, when in fact, the house was owned by your family, fully paid for? My eyes widened at that news. Because they wanted you within the pack house. They wanted to make sure that you never found out who you are. And who am I? Axel? I asked. Because you don't seem to want to tell me who you are, so why should you tell me who I am? Mavis. Stop being obnoxious for 1 second and listen to me. I get to tell you who you are because I know who you are. He groaned in despair and hopelessness. Because I know that you are a lupus and your siblings are not Jude and Elena but Mason. Marcus and Eloise. I don't understand. I admitted to him. That's not true. I would have sensed it. You're lying. I growled angrily in response. No. I'm not. He spoke with a definite voice. But Mavis, I need your help. You need my help, I scoffed. After I found out that I am related to them. My voice straining. I don't even want to face them right now, honestly. And you. You and your lies. Why should I accept what you are saying? Because if you thought I was really lying, then you'd be gone by now. Because you wouldn't have stopped and listened to my reasoning. Because you know that I am right. Why do you need my help? Curiosity taking over me. I need your help to save Rosie. Axel's plan was pure idiocy. I was realizing that now. Axel's plan was for me. The person who betrayed Sebastian to pretend that it was all part of the plan, that I knew that Marcus and Red were following me and had to cover my tracks. To be honest, at the time that sounded like an amazing plan, but now, staring into the eyes of the guy who I almost kissed gave me a feeling of regret. Of course, I had managed to compose myself this time, calming my heart every time a lie slipped out of my mouth. I blame my lack of composure for my last mistakes. So you're telling me that you lied to help me? The quirk on his eyebrow was unmissable, and the amusement lingered in his eyes before turning into a wall of stone. Yes, my voice was quite strained at this, and I was honestly extremely scared of the guard who looked at me like he wanted to murder me. Look, I am not an idiot. I spoke. I knew you'd recognize my lie, and I didn't want Marcus and Red to go after you. So you tried to protect me by sending me to a bloodbath, he hyperbolized. I rolled my eyes at his dramatics. Judging by his pack, I am sure it would have been a 50-over-50 fight. If you want to put it like that? Yes, I said. In order to protect you, I tried to send a discreet message through lying that I was being observed. I'm slightly confused. Sebastian spoke. I didn't know you were being observed. I just knew you lied about the King's Ball. I let out a groan in frustration. You didn't know I was being followed, but I knew, and they would have ambushed you if I didn't improvise. All right. I think I got it. His voice was strong with hints of confusion within it. Maybe confusion would work in my favor. Okay, Mavis. I like you a lot, he responded. In what way? So I'll let it slide. You'll be going with Thomas. He spoke. Thomas, he growled, catching the attention on an unalerted male wolf. Show Mavis the ropes. He nodded at Sebastian as I followed Thomas. I was wandering down the hall when Thomas suddenly stopped in front of me, his face as still as concrete. I gulped at his strict demeanor. I'm Mavis. He grumbled in response to this and pushed me into one of the bedrooms. Confusion lingered on my eyebrow. He laughed at my reaction, though it seemed forced and annoyed. You'll be starting off here, cleaning the bedrooms, he murmured. What about fighting or guarding the perimeter? I questioned. He rolled his eyes. You still smell like them, he grumbled, walking away. Cleaning bedrooms didn't sound fabulous, but it'd have to do. I had to find Rosie, and if it meant spending a few days being a maid, so be it. The room was quite bland. The floor made of wood with a cream-painted wall. A double bed resided in the center. A couple lived here. For sure. Due to the various pieces of clothing scattered across the floor. There was a built-in wardrobe and a chest of drawers, but the room seemed overall unused apart from sleeping purposes. I started my journey around the room, picking up various pieces of clothing, folding them, then organizing the drawers so the male's clothing didn't mix with the female's clothing, although I knew that they'd still manage to tear the drawer to shreds. I had to polish the windowsills and the sides before making the bed and vacuuming the carpet. After finishing this one room, I felt tired and sat down on the center of their comfortable bed before noticing an ensuite that was calling my name. I groaned, slipping into the bathroom. A smell reached my nose. One of aftershave and lady perfume. The bathroom was arguably worse. The sink had scattered products and a bunch of makeup was piled on the floor. I was quick to get started, finishing in half an hour. I let out a huff of relief, leaving the bathroom with a slight smile on my face before I noticed the couple entering the room. The woman had dirty blonde hair and had a crooked smile on her face. Her dull blue eyes laid bored, staring at the room ungratefully. She seemed to be quite stylish, with a mid-length blue dress and black heels. The man seemed a little less put together. He looked as though he couldn't find his shaver, probably because I found it hidden in the makeup bag. He wore a suit with a loose tie round his neck, resembling his weariness. Mavis. Their voice resounded throughout the room. My eyes widened at the sight of the couple. Mum, Dad. My heart started to throb loudly. My eyes watering but never falling. I pulled myself together, facing the people that left my brother. Sister and I. The ones who abandoned us to piece our lives back together. The ones who faked their own death. You can't be here. I growled out. You're dead. I saw you. You were dead. How are you even here? My mother made a step towards me, resulting in me letting out a growl for a warning. No, you cannot come in and be a calming mother. Mavis. She tried softly, although it seemed extremely artificial. No. Enough. You don't know what difficulties I've been through to get where I am today. Did you know I was rejected? I let out a comical laugh. They squirmed uncomfortably for a second. Yeah. I was rejected by, get this, the Alpha's youngest son. I wasn't good enough for the Alpha family, that's for sure. I laughed again. Tears brimming once more. Oh, and what's more? You know. Your daughter. Your real daughter. She ditched us. She left us in a house on our own with a babysitter who didn't even remember our names. Mavis. Calm down. My father spoke. I turned to him. Anger clear in my vision. Oh, and get this. The first friend I've made since Lucy got taken away, but her so-called brother Sebastian, who doesn't know what it feels like to be away from a mate. Does he think he can keep her here forever, Mavis? And did you think that I wouldn't be hurt by you too? Leaving Jude hardly slept for weeks, and I couldn't blame him. You destroyed your son. Well done. Congratulations, but don't worry about him. No. He grew up good. He actually interested in finding out other aspects of the supernatural. Mavis. Oh, and your daughter. She's a success pack doctor. She even found her mate. The beta of the royal pack. Can you believe that her mate? The beta, I rambled. You know, I didn't even forgive her until this year because I realized that she was that way because of you guys. You made her cold-hearted. She had to be. You broke her. You broke us. You broke all of us. Congratulations. Tears were falling by now, staring at the couple who looked at me silently, as if agreeing with me within their minds. Although tears were falling, they were tears of frustration and anger. So much grief had been spread and so much pain had been inflicted on others that I felt disgusted by the two in front of me. I knew that they were happy that I broke down like that. They were glad because that was Sebastian's plan all along. Wasn't it? He didn't agree to have me here because he trusted me. No. He wanted me to combust. He wanted me to shout and scream and feel pain. He wanted me to suffer, and with that on my mind, I set up for a new mission. One that didn't include Axel. But one that helped Rosie. Mavis. They started once again, but I hushed them. Guilt was portrayed on their features, but at that moment, I didn't care. All I cared about was getting the heck out of this rogue camp after I found Rosie. Other than Rosie being one of my only friends at the Royal Pack, I needed to do this for Mason. I felt almost guilty for being the one to accidentally help with this trap. I needed to fix this. If you feel bad, even a little bit, you'll give me a head start. I spoke, gathering myself and moving past them. And if it counts, you should apologize to your children because I am not going to keep quiet about you. I walked out the room, staring down both ways before making my way down the hall. Wait, Mavis. I heard someone behind me. There stood my parents. She's this way. Follow me. I nodded, walking behind them, trusting them once more. I followed them skeptically and soon made it to a door. The door was painted white, and my father pulled out a key, opening the locked door. I opened the door swiftly and saw Rosie sitting on the bed in the room looking distressed. "Rosie," I whispered, trying to get attention. "Mavis," she called, relief in her voice. "I can't believe you're here." I walked up to her and gave her a brief hug when I noticed the door closed. I then heard my mother's voice. "He's coming, Mavis." "Hide." My eyes widened, making my way to the cupboard. Rosie had gone inside the cover of her bed to pretend she was sleeping. I sat in the cupboard holding my breath as I heard the door unlock. A squeak was heard from Rosie, but other than that, pure silence was heard. "I know you're awake, Rosie." I heard Sebastian speak. A groan was heard from Rosie. "What do you want, Sebastian?" The utter anger and disgust was clear in her voice. "Just making sure you're all right." He sounded awkward and nervous, but what'd you expect when you separate mates? "Oh, I'm just fine." "Sebastian." She spat. "You know, feeling my heart being crushed in my chest is definitely something that I love to feel. You could break the bond," he suggested. "Break the bond." "You sure are an idiot, Sebastian." She spoke angrily. "Just because your mate died and you have this anger towards anyone with a mate doesn't mean you have to make me miserable. His mate died. Don't talk about her." He seethed. "Would you reject her if you were in my situation? Come on, Sebastian, think." "Would you?" "Shut up." He gritted. "I want to go home." Rosie finally spoke. I heard someone angrily storm across the room and walk out. As I slowly opened the cupboard, I looked over and was relieved to see Rosie rather than Sebastian still in the room. I looked around the room, trying to think of a way to escape this room. There were absolutely no windows in here, so I decided to check the bathroom. I walked in and noticed a small window, just about large enough for us to do the worm out of it. "Rosie," I whispered, gesturing for her to come over. She noticed the window as well and gave me a shake of the head. "We're on the 3rd floor, Mavis, and I don't want to go head first to my death." I nodded in agreement when we heard the door open again. There my mum stood. "Your dad's distracting them." "Let's go." We nodded, walking along with her down a very sketchy-looking staircase. It looked as though it was a fire exit. No one has used this passage for a while. There's a network of tunnels underneath the building. It'll lead you to the forest near the castle. Be careful and tell Jude and Elena that we're sorry. I nodded, grabbing Rosie and running down the rest of the steps. Soon we were presented with a network of tunnels, as we were told. However, there were 2 directions. Rosie was quick to point out a direction. "The castle is north of here, so surely we should go north." She spoke and I nodded as we started our journey. The tunnels were much more complicated than we expected. Rosie kept directing me where to go since I had no sense of direction. It smelt quite damp and had a deathly feel to the tunnel. It wasn't really a sewer system, but it had more of a horror movie, like an abandoned mineshaft. Totally not creepy. I murmured again as we came face to face with yet another human-sized web. "Come on." "This way." Rosie spoke. I'd told her about Axel and the things he told me. I told her that I wasn't sure whether or not it was the truth or not because I really didn't know who he was. I still don't know his real name. "Honest opinion?" Rosie asked. I nodded. "I don't see why not." "You do have similar features." "When have you done an analysis of their faces?" I scoffed. "I am mated to one of them." She responded with a roll of the eye. "Plus, it's hard to not look at him." I squirmed uncomfortably. "Rosie, are you sure you know where we are going?" I asked. "Of course I don't know where we are going. I've never been in these tunnels before." She responded. "I just know we need to go north." "Maybe we should stop for a bit," I suggested. "You do realize that they probably know that I am gone." "Right," Rosie spoke. "So it's best to keep going." We continued for another hour and made it to a dead end. I let out an angry groan as I was getting more frustrated each time. I did not want to die in this tunnel. "Let's turn around and go where we're lost." "Admit it," I said, placing my head in my hands. "We'll just take a different way." "It's fine, Mavis," Rosie reassured. I leant my back on the wall and was shocked when it caved in. Was I really that heavy? I jumped forward in shock and turned along with Rosie, who had a look of shock in her face. "Oh, great. We just rebuilt that," I heard a girl's voice and looked up to see a girl with light pink hair staring at the wall with dismay. "Hello," Rosie started. The girl looked shocked and placed a hand on her heart. "I didn't see you there." "I'm Olive," she introduced. You must be Rosie and Mavis. Hey, she sounded abnormally gleeful. How'd you know that? I asked, instantly on edge. I'll talk more inside. Come on. I turned to Rosie, who had an identical look on her face. We did not trust this lady. Yeah. No. I knew I had to spill the beans. She laughed. I'm a clairvoyant. She spoke, and you don't know what that is. It's someone who sees the future. She bluntly speaks. I am here to talk to you two. Been waiting a week. I looked at Rosie and shrugged before walking into the hole in the wall. Don't worry about that. We'll be leaving with you guys. We wandered down a small corridor and made it to a door in which this girl had the key for. She opened it quickly and ushered us in before closing it. Olive, a male voice was heard. I'm here, was the response of the perky pink-haired girl. That's Ren. He's my boyfriend. She blushed whilst walking in and making her way to him. Rosie and I awkwardly walking forward as well, following her yet keeping a safe distance until we were sure to trust this girl. Ren. I found Rosie and Mavis, the guy, who had yet to see us. Looked surprised. That was quick, he murmured. I was just making myself comfortable here. He yoked. He moved his head in our direction. Hey there, Ren is a medium, Olive told us. You know what that is, though. And I did. A medium was someone who could communicate with the dead. What's the reason we're here? Rosie asked. I've been speaking to the dead king. Ren confesses. It sounds weird, I know, but it's important. Rosie and I turned together, confused. What'd he say? Rosie asked. Let's begin with Mavis because I know you are curious. He was right. I wanted to know what was up with my lineage, and yes, you are his daughter. My eyes widened, but I wasn't extremely shocked by this news. But you are not the queen's daughter. You were born due to the affair of the king and his real mate. That made me feel uncomfortable. Your mother tried to hide you, yet the queen had sent you to the pack you spent your childhood at. I looked over to Rosie, who looked slightly shocked. So the queen ruined my chance at a family? I asked him. Pretty much. Olive shrugged, unconsciously unaware that her bluntness was unnecessary. That's not all. Mavis, your birth name is Clara, he reveals. My birth name. I'd always thought that Mavis was my birth name due to it being so uncommon. I hadn't even realized that it could have possibly been something out. Clara. I spoke slowly. I kind of like it. I smiled sadly. It kind of felt like I was gaining some part of me long gone from when I was a child. I felt relieved. He wants you to find your mother. She's still alive out there and loves you. I hadn't realized I was tearing up until a rogue tear slipped. I nodded. Now on to Rosie. He apologizes for giving you such a dramatic mate. Rosie laughed at this. And gives you his blessing. That means you're my sister. I nudged Rosie and she laughed. Yeah. Now on to me, Olive cheered. I know parts of the future, but not all of it, so bear that in mind. I know that soon this will all be over, and I know you'll meet your mother, whether it's tomorrow or in a year. I've seen it. Something suddenly hit me. We've been believing these people blindly. These people could be unstable and feeding our vulnerability. I don't believe you. The words followed effortlessly out of my mouth. Make me believe you. Olive huffed. Told you she'd say that. She said to Ren, there's a message hidden in the king's old room. It's in a secret compartment in the fireplace. Now, it will confirm that what we are saying is true. In fact, my parents were friends with the king until he was forced to push them away and focus on the wolves. Where are your parents? I asked. Hiding. Like me. Olive spoke with sadness until she smiled once more, but it's fine. Everyone uses us as tools, clairvoyants, to ensure that their plans will work, but my power doesn't work like that. It comes in confusing dream and gives me inevitable pain each time. We could blurt out who you are and get you killed. Rosie spoke. So why do you trust us? She smiled once again. A bigger one if possible. Because I've seen it. I know that we'll be great friends. I've seen it. Ren laughed. That she has. After speaking more with Olive and Ren, we all started to make our leaves from the tunnel. The smell seemed to be worse for Rosie in comparison to I, who had completely lost her wolf sense by now. It was all slowly deteriorating. My sense of smell had numbed, yet my sight was still incredible. There's an exit. This way. Follow me. Ren was the one to guide us through this narrow version of the tunnels. I wondered how long they'd been there for. It's not far and fairly convenient, actually. Olive pitched in, happy as the sun after a fallen moon. It smells so bad in here. I turned to Rosie with a sympathetic look. My nose strength was poor now that my wolf and I are becoming disconnected. How long again? Not far. Olive repeated, throwing her pink hair over her shoulder, whilst continuing to move further into the endless abyss. Soon, we'd defeated the tunnels of doom, but once we stepped out of the tunnel and into a cave of some sorts, we heard loud growls and noises, thinking they were after Rosie. We kept still in the grimy cave. The walls seemed to have been coated with a petroleum jelly sort of substance. "What is that stuff?" I asked Ren once I wiped a large amount off onto my trouser. He turned to me with an awkward smile. "A witch gave it to us. It cloaks the area within the goo." He mentioned, "It's to make sure we were never detected since wolves would easily detect us." "So what now then?" I impatiently asked the couple. They looked at each other and then back at Rosie and I with a shrug. "You don't have an escape plan, look." I thought I'd have more time to discover how we escape. Olive huffed. "Give us some credit. We got you out of the tunnels that would have taken weeks for you to get out of." "Weeks, wait, so she sent us down a tunnel that could have starved us to death," I spoke. Outraged at the information that I'd received, they used those tunnels as a fake way into their territory. By the time a wolf had reached the exit, it'd be tired and hungry and altogether weak. That's why it's so efficient. They don't use it much anymore, but it still has the same purpose. "She sent us to our death," I spoke horrified. "Oh." "Who did?" Olive questioned. "Polly. Mavis's, or Clara's, adopted mother." Rosie spoke, correcting herself slightly with my name. "I just want to keep Mavis." "Okay, at least until we sort out this mess." Rosie nodded, scratching the back of her head. "Now, we need a plan. Do you have any weapons for defense?" Olive and Ren looked at each other once more, and I let out a frustrated noise roll off my tongue. "Are you serious? Do you see a weapon supply shop around here?" Ren blurted out. "Where's the witch?" I asked him. "What she must be near if she gave you the goo." "Why is she?" I questioned. "You don't want to go into business with witches." "Sticky business, really." Ren spoke quickly, literally. Rosie muttered out lowly whilst wiping more of the sticky substance off onto a rock. "Where is she, Ren?" I asked. "She isn't in one place. She just appears. I don't know how to describe it, but you can't find her. She'll find you." "Great," I sarcastically spoke. "How does one summon this witch? I don't know." Ren spoke, waving his arms in the air like a flailing fish. "All I know is, she appears where she feels profitable. And that's be right now, sweetie." I turned around to come face to face with someone who etched familiarity. "Valencia, Valencia," Rosie's voice echoes through the cave with confusion and slight joy. "You know her?" Ren asked Rosie, and she nodded swiftly. "She used to be our pack doctor until she disappeared. We all thought she'd been killed, but here she is," Rosie explained. Valencia scoffed at her explanation. "Deed. Naive girl. No one dies, it seems." She turned to me and I knew she was saying that due to my most recent revelation. "Right. Well, you have something that can help us." My voice came out unsure due to the woman's sarcasm and low like moon. "Depends what you need," she challenged. "We need something to help us avoid the conflict." I gestured to the noise outside the cave. The sound of growls ripping into the deeply silent noise. I could hear the cries of the men and women who fought. I could also hear the blood flying through the air. "Just please." I heard Rosie speak, distracting me from the violence. "Seems as though you're in need of something that disguises your scent." I looked over to Rosie, who nodded. "It's not free." "What do you want?" I spoke swiftly and fiercely since we were on a time limit. "Just a vial of your blood." She responded simply. "My blood," I blurted. "Why blood?" I questioned. "It's not every day I came across royalty." She smirked. "Your blood is worth a pretty penny to witches." "Love." "Why?" I repeated, curious of what use it could have. "Spells require powerful energy." "Dear." She smirked once more, this time more stretched. "I don't trust her." Olive opened. "Neither." Rosie agreed. "Don't worry about Mavis. We'll find another way." "What other way? If we leave here?" "Sebastian will be alerted. We're still in unmarked territory." I panicked slightly. Besides, what else could we do? We could wait it out, Rosie suggested. That won't work, Olive pointed out. They'd have people surrounding the perimeter for a while. Do it, I told the witch. Valencia, whose face brightened. Mavis. Ren warned. Witches are tricky and fickle. How do you know she's not going to give us a vial of poison we don't? I responded. I'll try it first. Why you, Rosie asked, outraged at my interest to go first. Because if I die, it doesn't matter, I commented. That's not true. You have to find your mother and tell your brothers who you really are, and then there's Jude. And Rosie rambled. If you died, then my brother would go crazy. I spoke. It sounded strange, saying, brother, when referring to Mason. And I don't want Ren and Olive to risk losing their gifts. I held out my hand to the witch. I started to notice a tear erupting in my wrist as blood dripped from the side of the cut. Rosie. Olive and Ren were careful not to approach, knowing my decision was final. Valencia turned my arm towards the vial gently, and it soon filled to the top. The mark won't heal for a while. Valencia spoke, her voice still full of strength, out of her coat. She pulled out 4 potions looking extremely similar. She handed me one of them, and I quickly downed it down. Feeling nothing strange so far. I can't sense you. Rosie spoke up. It works, she confirmed. Of course it works. Child. Scoffed Valencia. Suddenly I started to feel empty. As if something had been cleaned out of my system. I took no note of it, leaving it as part of the potion's magic. Olive and Ren were quick to sip down their vial, feeling no effects either, which I was glad for. Ren and I are going to meet you at the Golden Moon Pack, Olive gleefully spoke. See you, I nodded, watching them leave. Wait, I called out, but they didn't return. I wasn't exactly planning on going to Jude's pack. I murmured. Rosie shrugged. Probably some weird clairvoyant thing. I nodded in agreement. Rosie took her vial, but instead of being fine like the rest of us, she fainted to the ground. I looked down at her in horror. What the heck, I asked, looking accusingly at the witch. She shrugged. Side effects. Most werewolves faint from it. It is fairly strong. She smiled sarcastically. How come I didn't faint? I asked her. Confused. Because you're not a werewolf. Before I could respond, she'd left. I turned to Rosie before groaning. This was going to be one heck of a journey back to the pack house. The tiring journey had finally come to an end as I stood in front of the gate to the castle-like building. I shouted out, hoping to get the attention of someone. Anyone. I turned to Rosie, shaking her once again, slight panic rushing through my veins at someone being wrong. Mason wouldn't forgive me. No one would forgive me. The words of the witch echoed still in the back of my mind. I didn't believe her, of course, but I still couldn't feel any connection to my wolf side, which scared me completely. None of my senses were working, and in fact, my body was becoming weaker. Even the mark she made on my arm had rather scabbed than healed. Soon the gate opened, and I breathed out a sense of relief. I turned to it and saw no one other than Mason. Oh, thank goodness, Mavis. You are under arrest for treason against your king. Oh, for crying out loud. Soon I found myself in a hall with an audience of people from the pack and Mason himself. I stood staring at him in a small little battle that I knew that I couldn't win, but I knew that I had to try. Is it true that you joined Sebastian? How was I supposed to answer such a broad question? In a way, yes. I joined him to find Rosie and leave. I was trying to help him. Yes, but the gasps had disguised the rest of my answer. The words not being heard by the most important people. Is it true that you put your queen in harm's way? I hesitated again. I had. Hadn't I? I was the one that allowed her to drink that vial that sent her into that small coma. She would wake soon. A day or so. I'd kind of hoped that she would have saved me from this. Yes, but... Again, the words found themselves being discarded as unimportant in comparison to the crowd of angry pack members. This girl. This criminal, I winced. Has admitted to crimes worthy of a life in the dungeons. I thought that was going a different way. I made daring eye contact with Marcus, who seemed angry but red. Red looked at me as if she understood what was going on and felt helpless. I assumed she helped me out of a greater punishment. This girl is not even a werewolf. Merely someone disguising to be one. Was it true I didn't know anymore? Was I ever a werewolf? We are sentencing her to a lifetime without a pack. My eyes exploded. That was the worst punishment that they could have given to me. A wolf without a pack. A girl without a pack. I was doomed. My strength had been lost and I had no idea how to prepare myself. I didn't sign up for this. I never wanted this. I want to go back to where I was rejected, and I wish I had stayed. I wish the Queen hadn't exiled me when I was a child. I wish I was normal. Wait. Please. I begged. I have more to say. Please. I begged again, wanting to tell him the truth. The truth about me being Clara. The truth in the fireplace. Take her out. The hall had erupted into chatter of fire, and I was left to a couple of pack members gripping onto my arms in a vicious grip. I noticed Red slipping out behind me as Marcus spoke to Mason. I zoned out, though. Delirious and confused. Give me a second. I heard Red growl out. The pack took orders from her, so they stopped to let her say something. I know you're innocent. Thanks. I breathed, still feeling breathless. Can you tell Rosie to go to the fireplace? Please. She nodded. Thanks. 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 I kept calling as they pulled me away. Red smiled. Go away, criminal. Pretending she was angry at me, but the smile made it obvious that she wasn't. I had ran as far as I could from the royal pack, trying to make it safely onto no man's land. I couldn't believe it completely. My mind quite blurred. I let a tear slip. Not because I was sad, but because of the anger that was erupting inside of me. I had helped them. Sure. Sometimes my warnings were a little off, and sure. I had caused all this, but it wasn't exactly my fault. I didn't do this on purpose. Drip. Another angry tear slipped down until more and more fell. I swiped the tears off my face bitterly using my sleeve. I can get through this. I will get through this. I need to get through this. You all right there? I turned and saw Axel leaning against a tree, his shaggy hair swaying slightly in the wind. I don't want to talk about it. I spoke. Looking away from him, I walked past him swiftly, not staring at him at all. You don't have to, he responded. I saw what happened. Quite a show. He laughed humorlessly. Go away, Axel, I said, whilst continuing my walk away from him. I could hear him slowly striding from behind. I've been protecting you my whole life, Mavis, he then started. I was born in a rogue pack and destined to kill you. I turned to him. Anger flared out of my eyes. Then why didn't you? Your whole life would have been so much easier. I spoke viciously. Because I fell in love with the girl who gave me food and water. She cared for me like no one else really did. She didn't care that I was a rogue and she was so beautiful, staring down at me with those innocent eyes. I knew that she was the one. I turned to him and scoffed. How long did it take to make that up? I asked him with a raised eyebrow. Completely amused. He frowned. I didn't. You are a lie, Axel. I screeched. That's not even your real name. You never told me your name. You always keep everything to yourself, not everything. This is true, Mavis. I am in love with you. You're unbelievable. I scoffed once again. My real name is Brett. Everything that I've said about my life so far is true. He started. My mate died when I was 15. I felt it. I'd never met her, but I knew that she was gone. A pit had been made in my heart. Your mate died, I asked, suddenly feeling a sense of pity go through me. I didn't want to break under his gaze, so I kept my body tense. Mavis. It's not a good feeling. Axel, Brett, admitted as his voice strained. Imagine the feeling of your heart breaking. I think I can relate. I spoke quietly. I'm sorry, but I have to go, Brett. I just have to get out of here before anyone sees me and decides to kill me. Mavis. I'm in love with you. He then blurted out. And I know that you don't believe me, but I want to help you. I want to help you find your mother. I looked at him once more, my heart thumping in my chest. What do you know about my mother? I have a few ideas. He spoke. I know that Jude has a book about it. I let out a groan in annoyance. He gave that to me. It's in my room. I know. The question is, how do we get it? Rosie's point of view. When my eyes opened, lights glared into my eyes, blinding me instantly. Why was I waking, and where was I, Sebastian? Polly. Olive. Ren. Clara. The last thing I remembered was being with Mavis in that grim cave. I remember the witch, Valencia, handing me the potion, and that's what caused me to... That woman, I shouted out loud, oblivious to my surroundings. Rosie, a voice breathed out in relief. I turned to see Mason. I let a smile appear on my face at his presence. Mason. Relief filled my body. Mavis had done it. She had gotten us back here without Sebastian knowing. Oh, thank. Where's Mavis? Worry filled my body. Surely. She would be here. She's my best friend. Don't worry about her. Mason continued, looking slight angry, but his relief filled most of his tone. She's been dealt with. Dealt with. Rosie spoke horrified. What do you mean she's not dead? Is it? She might as well be. Mason murmured. I let tears slip out of my eyes as I hear the news of my best friend. She might as well be. She might as well be dead. What does that mean, Mason? You've got to tell me. I spoke. My voice hurried. My heart started to leap in fear. Dr. Mason started to call. Elena, Mavis's sister, rushed in. She already looked distressed as it was without the alpha barking order. Her distress was most likely linked to Mavis. I'm okay. I'm okay. I repeated. You are not okay. I was worried. That is what was making my heart thump. I was worried about Mavis. Soon I found myself in a situation I'd started with. I was going back into a sleep, but this time, it was forced. I woke up again, but this time with no one by my side. My eyes flickered around the room, and I knew I was in Mason's room. My eyes then made a connection with the fireplace. I got out of the bed as fast as I could, making sure my steps wouldn't alert anyone. Mason. Not that I couldn't sense him anywhere near me. He was probably in a meeting or hosting training. I hadn't known Mason for long, but it felt like I'd knew him my whole life. It was probably something to do with the mate bond. I walked over to it and stared at the fireplace for a while, questioning why there was a fireplace here in the first place. Why would he need one in his room? The door suddenly slammed open, and I looked up to see Red. Oh, thank goodness. You're awake, she praised. Don't tell Mason. I spoke quickly. Whoa there. Sleeping Beauty. I wasn't going to. Red raised her hands up in defense. I moved away from the fireplace. What are you doing here? Can't I just see how you're doing? Red asked. In fact, you are my Luna now. Not officially, of course. I'm fine, Red. I told her. I know. She murmured. A little witch potion that knocks you out doesn't really cause much harm. You speak from experience. Of course. She scoffed. They are really tricky. I smiled slightly. Valencia. I laughed at this. But I am not here to discuss her and her excuses. We all know there's no side effects. She just likes a good laugh. Why are you here? Mavis sent me before she was sent into the wild. Red admitted. Said something about a fireplace. I smiled gently and nodded, gesturing for Red to come closer. Come here. Red came over and sat next to Rosie close to the fireplace. A brick in here is loose. Red and I started to tap against the walls of the fireplace, but nothing was there. I let out a huff in annoyance. It should be here. Red let her lips make a fine line. She then started to bang around the fireplace, trying to find a hollow section. As she continued down her way, an idea popped into her mind, and she punched the upper part of the fireplace. I squealed in surprise. Red, I'm a werewolf, I'll heal. Red had managed to find what we were looking for, but it wasn't in the form that I was expecting. A key? Red asked. I thought it'd be a letter or something. Something important. Not a stupid key, which we have no idea where it goes. I may have some idea. Rosie's point of view. What's so important about this key anyway? Red asked me as we continued down the hallway. Due to the recent events, all pack members were being trained. They did assign different times for different ages, but right now was when all the high-ranked wolves were trained. Olive told us that it has something to do with the previous king and Mavis. I told her. Truthfully. I didn't want to dive into lots of detail just in case someone was listening or we were wrong. Olive, a girl we met. She was clairvoyant. I told her. A clairvoyant? Red questioned. Surprised. Haven't heard of that in a while. Neither had I. I admitted. She had a boyfriend called Ren. He's a medium. That's how you found out about the fireplace. Red caught on. Yeah. This has to save Mavis. I continued. Right. Red spoke. It's a few more doors until we make it there. I am fairly sure that Marcus has tried to break it down once. I think Valencia enchanted it. That would make sense since she did serve him. I replied. She nodded. Plus, Valencia. Him and Greg used to be the best of friends. Soon we made it to the door. It looked just like an average door with all its details. I could see some faint claw marks on the door, which must have been Marcus, but I couldn't be completely sure. I could sense that Mason had been here a few times, more than I would have expected. I guess curiosity gets to everyone. I looked over to Red, who still held the delicate key in her hand. She gave me a look before inserting it into the keyhole. She turned it and it easily opened. The room was completely empty apart from the safe in the middle of the room. It was small, just large enough to hold a stack of papers. Are you serious? Red blurted. We have to work out a code. This is seriously frustrating, she complained. Maybe we could break into it, I suggested. I heard a door shut and turned to see the door we entered had closed, but Red still held the key in her hand. At least we can still get out. We still can't open this safe, Red spoke, frustrated. Is there anything we're missing? A date, a code name, I asked her. A birthday, Red suggested. But we don't know Mavis's since it would be different to her other birthday. Do you think Marcus would know, He may have known that he had another sister, or he could have been told a code. Let's take the safe and ask, Red questioned. I nodded. Later we found ourselves in Red and Marcus's room. He was standing there, brooding slightly and on edge. He was more serious since the incident. Most likely because he did trust Mavis. Do you remember any codes? At all, Red almost begged. No. Marcus spoke. He grew kind of distant to us during his last months before passing. What about anyone else Eloise could know? She was always the closest to our father, Marcus admitted. Where is she now? I don't know. I furrowed my eyebrow. A few years she went to find her mate and never came back. You didn't stay in contact, I asked, shocked. She sends a letter. Once a month. We've tried to track it before, but there is never a cent. She has recently stopped writing to us. A witch, I commented. Can I see the letters she sent? Red asked. Marcus nodded, leaving the room for a few minutes and returning with a box. There's 12 in total, Marcus told her. We emptied the box and put the letters in order. Her eyes scanned every single letter, looking at every word and looking for a hint. We honestly struggled at finding any clue. At all. The letters were all carefully written and extremely discreet. None of them gave a hint of where she was, what she was doing, or who she was with. They only gave her brothers the hint that she was alive. Rosie, look at this. I turned to Red as she put the letter back in order. This one was written on the 3rd. The next was written on the 9th. This one was written on the 2nd, and this one was written on the 9th again. The whole order went 3. Joe. R. Joe. S. 5, and then it repeated to make 12 letters. We put the code into the safe, and the satisfying click was heard. I turned to Red with an excited smirk and pulled open the door. As I predicted. There was a bunch of files and document, but on top of that was a photo. A photo of a child, and written below it was Clarabelle Michelle Lupus's. Mavis. I spoke silently. What's this? Marcus asked, confused, bending down to the floor where Red and I sat cross-legged. This is your sister, I told him, showing him the photo. Eloise, he asked. No. Mavis. If this is real, then Mason may have just exiled our sister. Marcus spoke, storming down the hall. He didn't know. Red tried to help. And I just watched. You didn't know. I also tried to help. And now she's probably dead. No. I am fairly sure Axel would have followed her. I spoke. Who's Axel? Her childhood crush. I told him. Going off what Mavis had told me in the tunnel system. Doesn't she have a mate? Rejection. Red informed. If I ever see him, he has probably already fled the country, to be fair. Where is that man? Marcus asked, banging on Mason and I's room. You could have asked me to open the door. I spoke, and I put in the key and opened the door. There sat Mason on the bed. Looking upset, concerned and angry. He looked relieved when he saw me, and I rolled my eyes at his distress. I thought something had happened. Mason spoke, then his face built a wall. Where the heck were you? Marcus handed Mason the files and the photo. After about 10 minutes of reading through, and Mason being slightly confused, then he spoke. Darn it. Mavis's point of view, you are not coming with me. I stated immediately. Brett rolled his eyes in response whilst continuing to tail behind me. You don't even know where you are going, Brett responded, snorting slightly. I am going this way, which is the way to Jude's pack. I pointed in front of me whilst trying to increase my speed to avoid Brett. No, Brett spoke, coming up behind me in an almost run pace. He grabbed my hand and turned the rest of my body. It's this way. I groaned and started to move in that direction. Once again, I was ignoring Brett. I shouldn't be mad at Brett. I should be gracious that he actually came to help me, but I didn't actually trust him, especially after he was quite close with Sebastian's rogue pack. I also didn't especially trust him due to his mission to kill me. Yes, I did not trust him. Are you just going to follow me? Are you not going to trust me? Why should I questioned. I've given you more than enough reasons. Brett spoke, and it was true. He knew actually what I needed to find my mother. Give me another reason. Because I'm in love with you. He spoke genuinely. You've said that already. Because it's true. Brett. Mavis. Stop this. It's just a childhood crush. An infatuation. We'd made it to the Golden Moon Pack. They did not know of our arrival, so we stood at the edge of the pack and waited for a warrior to come. Of course, this was risky due to the fact that he could kill us on sight, but it was better than not getting on at all. How long are they going to take? I could have infiltrated their pack by now. I shook my head at this. No. They are brilliant defense on the inside. Trust me. They have guards at every point around the house. I told him. Great. Brett spoke sarcastically. I could still get through, though. Okay. I spoke. My voice high-pitched. A lie clear. You could probably get through, but could you get out? Shut up, Mavis. I am telling the truth. We sat down next to a tree, and I started to play with the grass in front of me, pulling it out and bunching it up together into a small knot before letting it go. Brett sat behind me, his head against the bark with his eyes closed. I wondered what he was thinking. Did he care as much as he expressed? I wasn't sure. I wanted to trust him, and I knew I would, but it didn't mean that I wouldn't make him work for it. Was he my childhood crush? For sure. Did I still have feelings for him, maybe somewhere deep? Deep down in the depths of my being. Yeah, maybe. Stop staring at me. I jumped back, alerted by his voice. I was about to respond when I heard a profound voice. Hey, rogues. I swiftly stood up along with Brett. Wait, I spoke first. Listen, Brett continued. But the man was far from listening. In fact, I could sense his anger towards us and his posture. He was ready to attack, but so was Brett. They were both growling at each other protectively. I stood quite still, waiting for a distant figure to approach. Whoever it was sprinting in half wolf, half human form. Brett. I hissed quietly, trying to make him seem as though he was not a threat, but Brett was far gone and already staring down his opponent. The figure was now in front of us. He was in a similar position to his fellow warrior. Alpha says to bring them in. He growled at his friend. I sucked in a breath, feeling ready. The Alpha would recognize me. Definitely. But the issue was Brett was not stepping down, and as one of the warriors shifted into his human form, the other one matched Brett. Brett. I hissed again, my voice becoming more stern and more authoritative. His attitude, childish as he ignored me. Before I knew it, the warrior, the one in his wolf form, had approached Brett cautiously. Brett instantly detected this as a threat and attacked. I felt helpless staring at the two men fight, my wolf all gone and my body empty. I had no strength, and getting into the fight would only cause more issues rather than help. The other warrior just stared for a while before entering the fight. His nails extended into claws, and he ripped through the back of Brett's top. As Brett became weaker, I became angrier, and something started to bubble inside of me. Then, claws were almost digging into Brett's neck. Soon, I found my arms stretched out and my mind blank apart from one goal. Save Brett. Soon, a light started to spark between the bundle, causing them all to tilt their heads and turn away from the sight. I didn't know what was happening, but I knew what I was doing was working. It was helping Brett, and that's what I wanted to happen. Mavis, stop. I turned to see the Alpha approaching, my hands instantly going down as realization fully dawned on me. I became myself again. I looked down at my hands in slight shock and confusion. Darn it, So you're a fugitive now, the Alpha asked. I laughed, my awkward nature creeping up on me. Kind of. I'm a rogue, I murmured. But that's impossible since you're not a wolf. He spoke. Whatever I am regarded as. I need help. I told him. I need to speak to Jude. How do I know that I can trust you? He questioned. Because I wouldn't betray my brother. I stated strongly. Adopted brother. Brett pitched in. Shut up, Brett. At least I didn't get defeated. I snapped back at him. It was 2 against 1. He defended. Plus, you didn't even help. I didn't help, I screeched at him. I saved your life. You should be praising me right now. I said thank you. Brett said, and I let out a groan. Can he leave the room? I asked the Alpha, and he nodded. I'm not leaving. You need to get checked out anyway. I told him softly. By all the single girls, he wiggled his eyebrow. A pang was felt throughout me. I ignored it. Yeah. Sure. Whatever. He seemed saddened by my reaction, but left nonetheless. See you later. Yeah, see you. The tone seemed to have lowered immensely. Send for Jude. The Alpha commanded his Beta. The Beta squirmed at this. Alpha, the Beta questioned. Feeling protective over his Alpha. I was never really protective of my Alpha. Primarily because I didn't respect him as a leader. He wasn't the best and made all the worst decisions. The thing that confused me the most was the fact that people still followed him. When Ace becomes Alpha, I feel as though that pack is struggling. If he becomes Alpha, just do it, Eli. Right. He nodded, walking out of the room quickly. A phone went off in the room, and the Alpha smiled at me as if excusing himself for a moment. He picked up the phone. Not feeling the need to move as I couldn't hear the other side of the call anyway. Hello, spoke the Alpha. His tone monotone. They had to get used to not having emotion in their voice, as it can be seen as weak for an Alpha, which never made sense to me either. I guess if they are seen as weak, they can be seen as vulnerable, causing a war. Yeah. Alpha King Mason. My eyes exploded out of my head, and so did the Alpha's. I don't think he has ever had a private phone call from Mason before. Of course, we'll keep an eye out for her. They were searching for me. My heart sunk. Alive? Did he want to kill me himself? Okay. Yes. I haven't seen her. I furrowed my eyes at this and stared at the Alpha, who just gave me a dismissive look. Okay. 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 Thank you. Bye. 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 There were a couple more byes, but soon the phone call came to an end. Looks like you're wanted by the Royal Pack. The Alpha commenced. That's strange. He probably wants to finish what he started by killing me. I spoke. Is there a warrant? He nodded. There's also a reward. What is it? A lot. Those simple words made my life 10 times difficult. A lot. He repeated. I was laying on Jude and Layla's bed. I had no idea where Brett was, but he was most likely flirting with some unmated female. I, however, was stressing out about this warrant for my arrest. Currently, I was trying to help Jude and Layla understand what has happened the last few days. They didn't believe half of it, and neither would I if they told me, but it happened, and now I am in a bad situation. So you're saying that you're not a wolf? Jude questioned. That's exactly what I am saying. I spoke. When did it start again? He then added. When did you start losing your wolf? When I turned 18. I think. It only really started a few weeks after, but it must have been relating to age. I told him. What was in the book you gave me? I asked him. I did not completely understand it, but it had your name in a couple of times. He told me. It had Mavis written in it, no Clarabelle Lupus. I turned to him with shock. You knew? I asked. Yeah. Our parents told me before they died. They told me not to tell you, though. They promised a friend. He admitted. Could that have been your mother? Layla pitched. We're not sure. It could have been the old queen or the king. True. I spoke. Do you have any idea of where she could be? The old queen, I am fairly sure she is deceased. Layla told me with a strange look on her face. No, my mother. I remember one pack name that you may want to try. Jude suggested. Yeah. What is it? The Dark Sun Pack. Can we just hang out, like we used to, before all this mess? Layla pestered. She'd been wanting to hang out for a while, but I was busy plotting the easier route to the Dark Sun Pack. Jude had already agreed to go to the royal pack to visit Elena, but his real mission was to try get the book from my room. I remember leaving it on my bed in all its glory. With a pen in my mouth, I spoke. I am a little busy now. She let out a groan. If you take the country paths up south and then follow the road, then you'll be there within 1 to 2 days, depending on how much you travel per day. I stared at her, slightly shocked, before mapping out what she had said. What she had suggested was the quicker and most effective route. There were no packs, and there has been a lack of wolf sighting due to its plain land. You're a genius, I told her. Exactly. Mavis, you are not listening to me. She spoke. We haven't spoke for ages, and now you're here and then you're leaving. Can't we hang out another time? You know, when I am not on the top of the most wanted list, I questioned her. Did you know that I am pregnant again? I looked at her. The pen dropping from my mouth. For real, another, that's fantastic. Layla looked saddened, though. See, you never asked to see what's up. You haven't even visited Eunice yet. She told me. I know I was getting to that. I told her. No, you weren't. You were just going to get up and leave again with your lover boy. Layla persisted. He's not my lover boy. Mavis, stop. That's irrelevant. Layla groaned. I don't care if you hate him, love him, or are married to him. I don't care. I just care that you're here and you seem like you don't care. You haven't even asked Jude what he's up to. What is he up to then, I asked. He's a professor now, Mavis. He teaches history and he loves it. He absolutely adores learning about it. It was probably why he was so determined to get to the origins of magic, even though everything he learned was ruined. His desk is next to a window, and one night he left it open. In the morning, not only was his desk soaked, but all his research too. That's probably why he was so eager to help out. That's terrible, I told her. Mavis, give me an hour or two to hang out with you before you go. The pack is already packing your things. Please. Yes, take me to my niece. I smiled gently before I was led to the daycare. Okay? We're ready. I turned around briskly to face Olive and Wren. They both had small, portable suitcases on their arms with small smiles on their faces. Don't worry while you were hanging with Layla. Jude explained what we are doing. Wren smiled gently. I still stared at them, slightly alarmed. Okay. I squeaked. Let's go then. What about Axel? Olive asked. Brett, his name is Brett, I swear you said it was. Yeah, Brett. Wren cut in and I shook my head. The Alpha agreed to let him into the pack. He should have a normal life without my issues, I explained. They nodded in understanding. You guys too. I don't want you to feel like you have to come. I do, Olive instantly spoke. She means that we have nothing better to do. Wren explained. You could have a life here, I suggested. We're a liability. If rogues catch word that a clairvoyant and a medium are here, this pack is severely compromised. We should go with you. Olive spoke. Okay, I muttered. Let's go now. We soon started to make our way to the Dark Sun pack. I didn't know what to expect, especially due to the title. The Dark Sun pack. The word dark was taunting, especially when put next to a word like sun. Something so pure shouldn't be blended with the word dark. Are you okay? Olive asked me. She stood in the middle of Wren and I and looked slightly concerned. I'm fine. You look a bit lightheaded. I'm fine, I responded. I didn't feel lightheaded at all, but I did feel a slight pain in my leg from walking so far. Layla was right on about this path. We've hardly had any issues, Wren admitted. I nodded in agreement. He was referring to the ditch we found and how Olive had fell right into making an overdramatic scene which made Wren and I laugh our heads off. We easily got her out, but not without her screeching about how annoyed she was. How far have we got to travel? I asked. We'll be there in a few hours. Wren told me, and I nodded. We were about an hour away when we met with our first glimpse of danger. In front of us stood a rogue. He was on his own and looked fairly vicious, but seemed hesitant. It didn't want to make the first move, but stood there dauntingly. I turned to Wren, who looked at Olive. We had weapons, but I wasn't sure how well we'd be able to use them against the speed of a wolf. So when the rogue started to approach us, I held out my scarlet weapon whilst Wren and Olive had mimicked my action. As the battle was about to commence, a wolf came out of the woods, tearing into the unsuspected wolf. We stood there agape as the dark wolf finished off the other wolf. I looked at Ren and Olive as we all backed away and quickly ran from the wolf fight and into a different direction. We weren't stupid enough to watch the ending, as for all we knew, we were next. Once we were a safe enough distance, I took a breath and laid down next to a small lake. Olive was sorting out some water by dropping drops of water purification so we could drink the water safely from the lake. Damn, you guys run far. I turned to see someone who made me let out an aggravated huff. Brett. I spoke slowly. I mean, seriously. I'm a wolf and you guys managed to outrun. He then proceeded. Brett. Okay. I lied. You guys are so slow. You would have probably been dead by now if I were someone else. Brett. He stopped speaking and looked at me. What are you doing here? Oh, you know. Trying to join the adventure that I was abandoned from. Brett huffed. What a poor move. A poor move. How is that a poor move? I gave you a pack. I argued. Great, so while I am all safe in that pack, my crush is running round with a bounty on her shoulder. Brett continued. You shouldn't have ditched me. You shouldn't have come. Apparently I should have, otherwise you would have been slaughtered. We had weapons. I defended. Do you even know how to use them? He questioned. None of us spoke up. We did know slightly how to use them, but we weren't professionals. I am your bodyguard. He turned to me. Whatever, Brett. It's not like you're going to leave now. Like heck I am. You know anything about the Dark Sun Pack? Ren asked. I know a bit. Brett responded. Something I learned over the years. They are ruthless to some and kind to others. Why'd you learn that? Olive asked innocently. Sebastian. They hate him, Brett told us. Absolutely detest him with a passion. So I think we have a chance of passing. Enemies of one will be allies with the other. Basically. We are Sebastian's enemy, so the likelihood that the Dark Sun Pack would accept us is fairly high. Brett explained. That's good then. Plus, they'll probably love Mavis since she's a fugitive now. Brett proceeded. They'll like Olive and Ren. What about you? I questioned. Oh, they'll have to put up with me. Brett spoke. You know my cousin is in the Dark Sun Pack. Really? Olive wondered. Yeah. Didn't leave on good terms, though. It was during the time that I was brainwashed by Sebastian's pack. Brett explained. Before you met me? I asked. Before I met you. Brett confirmed. Fairly sure that it was just before I met you. Aged 5. The look of the Dark Sun Pack was daunting. I turned my head from side to side, staring at it with wonder. I was fairly surprised that none of the warriors had come to attack us. But I guess the Jude's Alpha had sent a message even if there was no response. So we just walk in? I asked. The place was massive and the door stood directly in the middle of the building. It was constructed of bulky gray stone, and ivy was surrounding the sides. There was a small pathway made of gravel and stone. My eyes glazed over the window, where a shadow stood staring at me. It was a man who seemed quite relaxed at the sight of us. He was expecting us, they all were. As soon as he noticed my stares, he stiffened and threw the scarlet curtains. I narrowed my eyes at this, noting he was obviously embarrassed. Come on. Brett spoke, gripping onto my wrist and pulling me towards the large door. The door seemed to have been scratched a couple of times. They radiated anger and cautiousness. The doorknob seemed stiff and eager for someone to turn it. You seem as though you've been here before, I commented. If I'm doing this whole honesty thing now, yes. I have been here before, Brett admitted. My cousin is here. Remember, this is actually where it all went down. He spoke gently. His hand brushed the scratched marks slowly before the door was swung open. We were presented with an elder boy, around the age of 20. His dark, raven hair was slicked back. He seemed to be smirking, and his eyes seemed to flicker with amusement. There he is, the man of the hour. Brett Davison. The man commenced. A small crowd had made their way behind the man by now. Brett just stood there frowning, recognizing most of these people. He was putting up a wall. That much I could tell. And who are you? Olive snapped. We'd all kind of grown close. And someone insulting one of our own was something to get defensive about. I'm just kidding. Pinky. The man smirked. Meet my cousin, guys. Raymond Davison. Soon we were all escorted into Raymond's office. Unfortunately, Brett had told us that Raymond was the alpha of this pack. I didn't know Brett claimed to us when we were made known of his title. He didn't even have a title when I was last here. There was a bad energy between the two males. The glares were intensifying. I couldn't help but look towards Ren and Olive, hoping one of them would interrupt. They didn't. Come back for second, then. Did ya? Brett Raymond commenced. Bet you got kicked out by little Seb. He was always beating you up. Shut up, Raymond, Brett growled, digging his nails into his palm. Brett. I spoke gently, trying to calm him down. It didn't work. He's your cousin. Calm down. Don't remind me. He growled out. Oh. Sensitive subject. Raymond smirked. Probably because you have your mate here. She's not my mate. He gritted. Oh yeah. She died. Didn't she? Before you met her. Sad story, really. I bet it would have been a great story for the books. That was all it took for Brett to attack. Raymond was obviously aggravating him. The fight had started with Brett punching Raymond in the face. Raymond's smirk had dropped for a moment as he recovered. Rejoining the fight, the guys tumbled to the ground. Olive just started clapping and shouting "fight" repetitively, which made me glare at her, rapidly. The fight became more intense. The two boys made us all step back. Soon someone else stormed through the door, sending both of the boys into separate walls and holding them there for a moment or two whilst they calmed their breathing. A witch, of course. They were still trying to attack each other as their faces formed into their wolf ones. Brett's body shook more than Raymond. Raymond had sobered up more than Brett had. Now, boys, fighting is seriously immature. The older lady spoke. She had an elegance to her. And fighting in front of a couple of ladies. Which one are you fighting over, Amelia? Raymond growled out. I especially don't appreciate the fighting in front of my very own daughter. The woman turned to me, sending a gentle smile. Hello, Claribel. I stood there slightly agape at the sight of this woman, the one who claimed to be my mother. Her eyes glistened, a beautiful brown which matched her elegant, wavy hair. She looked like me. But why didn't she seem to be someone else, my beautiful daughter? Claribel. She spoke with such grace and stillness. She seemed so sure, so rehearsed. Oh, how you have grown to become such a strong young woman. I have been trying to find you for the past few years of my life. I croaked. The uncertainty drifted away as I stared at the tears freshly brewing out of her eyes. Mum, the echo of a small child made its way round the room. Is this really you? Yes, love. I can't believe I am looking at you. She smiled again, showing off the specious appearance of her teeth. Last time I saw you was when you were 1. Mum, I repeated. The word seemed more foreign to my lips as I spoke it twice. I was crying. Gentle tears. And I couldn't help but wrap my arms around the woman. Oh dear. She spoke again. Wipe your tears. There are guests around. May I take you to your rooms? She asked Olive and Ren, releasing the two guys to the ground. They both let out a similar huff sound as they crumbled. Olive laughed, nodding and following her along with Ren, who stalked close behind Olive, protecting her from unforeseen danger. Soon, they left the room and I leveled with the floor, crumbling into the wall beside me. Brett was quick up and, hesitantly, placed his arms around my form. That's my mum. I spoke quietly. He soothed my back with his hand. I rested my head against his shoulder. She's gone. I didn't even realize how emotional I was. I didn't think that I would have this sort of reaction when meeting my mother for the first time. I thought I would be strong, but I wasn't. She's coming back. Raymond spoke sternly as he pulled down his sleeves. She's just catering to our guests. That's all. I can't believe she's here. I muttered to Brett, who stroked my hair soothingly. Moments later, the door opened at an expeditious pace. What are you doing with my daughter? Brett's eyes fell out their sockets as he scooted away from me. I laughed, wiping the tears from my eyes. Miss my mother mocked in response. I bit my lip. Anyway, my dear daughter, I must teach you all I know. You are now my young protégé, she exclaimed. This was you as a baby. She cooed gently, staring down at the photo in her arms. There was negative energy rolling off her as she stared at it. "How old?" "A few months," she replied crisply. "What was I like?" I asked curiously. "You cried a lot." She spoke with a laugh. "More than you'd think. Which scared me to no end when you were little. I thought that you'd been injured all the time. I bet I was cute." "You were. But that didn't excuse you waking me up at 2 in the morning." I smiled gently at this. "Sorry." She laughed at this. Later on in the day, I found myself in my mother's room. She was demonstrating how to use spells and how to control my power. I found it fairly hard. But as I started doing it more and more, I got better. Although, I am fairly sure that if I used my magic now, I'd do more harm than good. I concentrated my mind on the lamp in front me. I was trying to turn it on, but I've broken the past 20. "You can do this, Clara." She spoke. I'd attempted to correct her a few times, telling her to call me Mavis. But she refused with such irritation. Again, the bulb cracked. I cried out in frustration. "I'm never going to be able to do this." I crashed down onto the bed in one swift movement. "Not with that attitude," she replied sarcastically. "It'll take a while to master spells," she admitted. "And since you're a beginner, the easier spells will also be hard. But I want to do well, and you will. Besides, you have my genes and your father's. I'm sure you'll be fine." Currently, I was lounging around in my room. It has been a couple of weeks since we arrived at the Dark Sun Pack, and they were fairly accepting. No one comes around these areas, so, for now, we were safe. I'd become closer to my birth mother, but I still felt slightly awkward. There would be times when we would get along like a glove and a hand, but sometimes we would awkwardly stand next to each other like we were in front of an invisible wall. "So how's my witchy gal?" Brett spoke as he jumped swiftly over the sofa and next to me, placing an arm over my shoulder. I removed his arm from my shoulder. "Your gal? I don't think so." I scoffed. He frowned, but then smiled. A familiar smirk fell onto his face. "How about we change that?" he then proceeded. "How about we don't?" he then asked. "How about no? How about yes? If I say yes, will you go away? Fresh Prince is on," I complained. "Sure," he replied, his eyes brightening. "But you know, you wouldn't have said that if you didn't want to go. Whatever you say, hot shots." I rolled my eyes, sipping on my lemonade with my legs up on the table in front of me. "See you at 7, he suggested. "I'll probably see you before then, but okay." "I knew it. I knew you would say yes." Olive cheered, dancing around the room like an idiot. "I didn't say yes. You said yes." Ren rolled his eyes. "We all know that cheesy line that is in every movie. You wanted to say yes." "Maybe a little," Olive squeaked loudly whilst Ren tried to hide his smirk. "Maybe a lot." Ren scoffed. "Moderately." I bargained. "I can't wait to pick out something for you to wear." Olive squealed. I let out a smile. "I'm excited too." My clothes loosely hung around my frame. I smiled slightly, looking in the mirror and adjusting my sleeve by pulling it down. My cheeks were slightly flustered and something inside me just sparked. When did I start feeling like this for him? I wasn't completely sure. Was I being ignorant and making myself feel as though I wanted to date him just to prevent him from feeling bad about himself? I'm not sure. I'm sure that there are butterflies flying through my stomach. A few were trying to escape as my stomach erupted in a grisly grumble. My face rushed red again. My stomach has always been loud, and I've always found myself very annoyed at the sound of it. I hated the noise. It drew unwanted attention. "You ready for your lover boy?" In the mirror, I saw Olive standing there. A pink strand of hair was in her mouth, but she didn't notice. I laughed gently in response. It felt so calm, so normal. I felt normal. For once. "I think so," I muttered, my eyes still staring at my appearance. I felt shameful for the vanity, and I felt the need to adjust every part of me to look perfect. For him. I didn't know what came over me, but as the clock ticked, my lip quivered with uncertainty. "No. He's waiting for you. It's 7. You look fine. Just don't do anything stupid. Make sure to eat with your mouth closed. Does your breath stink?" I breathed in my hand and made my nose sniff it. I was fine. For now, unless they had garlic at wherever he was taking me. Maybe I should pack some gum, Mavis. I turned to make eye contact with him. I blushed. He stood there in the same predicament as I. His jeans looked a little worn out and his black polo swayed slightly. He seemed nervous. More than nervous as he took my hand in his and tugged me into a hug. I felt awkward. Was this how a date was supposed to go? A hug first, should I kiss him? But no one kisses on the first date. Unless, he drew away. A small smile on his face. I tucked a strand of my hair behind my ear before unlocking our hands due to fear of sweaty palms. Do you want to go? He asked. His voice unsure and impartial. Yeah. Do I need a coat? I asked him. He shook his head. Have you looked outside recently? He questioned. I looked and saw the sun peeking through my curtains. Right. I awkwardly stood. Let's go. Oh, right. I'm borrowing a car from one of the pack members. He smiled cheekily. You sure about that? I raised an eyebrow. He furrowed his eyebrows. Your definition of borrowing often is stealing. Borrowing without permission. He corrected. Whatever. I muttered under my breath. If we get kicked out, it's on you. Fine. Fine. He smiled brightly. Ready to go, ready as I'll ever be. We stopped somewhere in the near town. It was a town that was only in the territory of the Dark Sun Pack. I turned to Brett and raised my eyebrow. I honestly thought we were going to have a picnic. I laughed. This book is not that cliché. Brett snorted. I'm not sure. It's pretty cliché. I thought. Oh. Did I say that out loud? I joked, punching Brett on the arm. He laughed too, gently taking my hand in his and guiding me towards a petite restaurant. The Cross, I questioned. Yeah. Owned by a human who's friend of the pack. Brett explained. So privacy, I laughed. Yes, privacy away from your mother. I swear she's everywhere. Lurching around every corner. He stated. Bewildered. I don't think so. I muttered. I haven't seen her since yesterday, when I asked you out. She was staring at me from the corridor. He frowned. I'm sure she wasn't. I persisted. Oh, you don't even know. Brett trailed. Let's go in. I've got reservation for 7:15. So it's best to go in now. I nodded in agreement. He traveled to the front of the restaurant where he held the door open for me like a gentleman. I shuffled past him and walked to the waiter at the desk. Brett followed behind me. Table reserved under Michael. The waiter nodded and I turned to Brett, furrowing my eyebrow. And he gave me a look as if to say, I'll explain, but not now. Ah, yes, sir. Follow me. We were soon at the table. Brett pulled out the chair and I sat down. He swiftly moved around the table and sat down on his chair. Had to say that so your mother wouldn't follow. He admitted. I rolled my eyes and crossed my arms. You're taking this out of proportion, I told him, giving him a look, and you're too oblivious to notice. Shut up. He then looked down at the menu in front of him. The waiter had placed it there when we were seated. I was looking through mine and, being basic and all, decided to order a margarita pizza. Soon the waiter came and took our orders. Brett had decided to get a steak. I will not go into much detail about the order, but let's say that it was 3 lines long. Mavis, I've been meaning to talk to you. Brett spoke. Why not earlier, your mother? Dang it. We're still on this. I huffed. Yes. Anyway. I wanted to say that I do not trust her. Who, my mother? I raised an eyebrow, challenging. He'd better choose his next words carefully. I get it. I started. It's odd that she is here and it's all so sudden. But I truly believe that that woman is my mother. I admitted to him. That's not it. Brett countered. I don't trust her. I believe that she may be your mother, but that does not mean that she's not our enemy. I trust her. I huffed. I don't. I think this has something to do with your brothers. Them exiling you and all. He suggested, and I huffed again. She's just protective, I stated. Besides, they are in the wrong. I did nothing wrong. I know that. She knows that. And I think that she wants revenge. Brett said, briefly. I don't think so. And not just on that, but on the fact that they are not the true rulers. She believes that you are the true ruler due to you being born by royal mates. Brett stated. I don't. Plus. Why wouldn't she? She got kicked out of there around the time you went missing. They took her baby away from her. Brett continued. She wants revenge, and she'll use you to get it. She deserves to be vengeful. I spoke. She was dealt a bad hand. A kind of hand that would make you crazy for revenge. I'm telling you, Mavis. She's not safe. He then repeated the statement he started with. I don't trust her. I still don't trust you. I pointed out. Who knows if you're still a spy, Mavis? His voice was softer now. I have done everything in my power to keep you alive. Sebastian wants you dead. Does he now, because in our last encounter, he didn't try and attack me or anything. I crossed my arms. After you broke Rosie out. He's out for revenge too. Brett spoke. I don't want you doing something that you'll regret. I will choose my own battles, Brett. I confirmed. I will not be persuaded by you, my mother, or even Sebastian on what I'll do. I think you just lied to me. Brett crossed his arms and stared at me. I think when it comes down to it, you'll side with your mother. Just stop, Brett. I grumbled. I'm so sick of this. We were supposed to be on a peaceful date. Away from all the drama, but you just come out with the most ridiculous things in the world. My mother will not make me do something that I don't want to do. I snapped. Why do you think she's teaching you? Brett challenged. Because she never got to when I was younger. I cried. A silence followed. She was never there when I was little. I want to catch up for the time we've lost. I'm just warning you. He spoke. It was unneeded. Minus our mini-fight. The date was actually fairly nice. We had a really nice waiter who we decided to give a 10% tip to. The food was all right, but better than my expectations. Overall, the date was pretty good. We were walking down a small passage in the woods, on our way back to the pack house. Since we decided against using the car, it was nice and the atmosphere was finally calm. Mavis. Brett spun me to face him. I looked at his face under the dark moon. His eyes seemed to spark. I have to do this, otherwise I'll regret it for at least a month. He yoked. I furrowed my eyebrows. What do you mean? His lips had met mine. And a lifetime of butterflies spun around my stomach. Through the heated kiss, my cheeks exploded with the color red. I kept my eyes closed. I didn't know whether to keep them open or not. The kiss was shorter than I expected. About 3 seconds of pure bliss. It felt longer. It felt as though we'd been in that embrace forever. I didn't want to stop kissing him, which is something that I wouldn't admit to him. Brett, I whispered, almost breathless. My eyes glistened slightly as I looked up at him. I smiled. Mavis. He copied. He looked just as shocked as I. Illuminated by the moonlight. I love you. He spoke at once. I lightly tapped him on his front. I think it's just infatuation. I whispered. We continued our walk with a mutual silence which made me smile. Boredom had undoubtedly struck as I sat there playing with the candle in the corner of my room. On and off. It had gone. Like a light. Only concerned with its job and nothing else. The last 6 months had consisted of me staying in my room with occasional visits from Brett, Olive, Ren, and my mother. My mother visited me every day. And as my power grew, I grew more fearful of it. The flame had erupted inside of me. And unless I am doing small spells, I sometimes lose control and something bad usually happens. That is why I am stuck in my room under a somewhat house arrest. I didn't mind it. It allowed my thoughts to flow. I wondered whether Rosie had gone to the fireplace and exposed this whole charade. I'd hoped so. I really wanted to see them as my brothers rather than royalty. I wanted to be relaxed and say what I really wanted to say, but I always shook my head, thinking that I'd never go back there. Not at this rate. Not when my powers caused destruction. I actually hated the magic. It felt unnatural to me and cold, every time I used it. I felt a pang in my chest as if I was losing a part of me. But my mother knows what she is doing. She's done this before and she's a fully trained witch herself. If she believes that I can do it, I'm sure I can. Besides, she wasn't the only one cheering me on. Olive and Ren often were amazed by the smart tricks that I am able to pull. They're all excited about this newfound part of me. which makes me just as excited when they are here. Then there is Brett. I love Brett more than ever, yet he never liked the magic. He found its energy unnerving and had warned me to make sure that I wasn't diving into something bigger than myself. I assured him I wasn't, after all. My mother had told me that the magic she is teaching is perfectly normal. Soon, you'll be the greatest witch to ever live. That was her aspiration, though. Mine was to fight for what I felt was right. I'd rather lose a battle and maintain what is right than tilt the balance that is formed in the world. One tilt could cause a chain reaction that no one should be prepared for. A knock sounded on my door. Brett opened the door slowly, peeking his head in first to double-check if I was there. I didn't mind them walking into my room when the door was left wide open. It was like an invitation. "How you holding up?" he asked me. Brett truly cared for me. Much more than I could ever give back to him. He held on to something that I lost in my heart. A childhood crush turned into a bleeding romance. I love Brett. As much as I'd hate to admit. And I'd gotten used to his flirts and quirks throughout the 6 months. Brett and I were dating and usually found ourselves having a small picnic on my bed. He said all the right things and made me feel special. After every night, he'd say 3 little words. "I'm leaving now." That was a joke. He always told me that he loved me and I'd never really said it back. Of course I was cryptic. But that's as far as it went. I knew he was disappointed, but he still persisted. "I'm good." I spoke, throwing him a grape. He caught it in his mouth with ease. "How's Olive and Ren?" I asked, knowing I hadn't seen them in a few days. "They're good. Did you know that Raymond is teaching them how to fight? It's comedic to watch." Brett cracked a smile. My heart burst. Sounds like it. "Hey, Brett." I started. "Yeah." He responded. He tried to keep his voice leveled and composed, which made me want to laugh. His professional nature always made me laugh. "When do you think I'll be ready?" Ready for what? He furrowed his eyebrows. "To run around on an adventure again. I hate being stuck in this room." I groaned, lying down on my bed. "You and me both." He mumbled under his breath. "Who?" I uttered. "Nothing." He spoke lowly. "Anyway, I was thinking that we could have another date." He trailed. "Right now?" I questioned. "Not right now. Actually, in a few days." Brett spoke. "Why then?" I laughed. "Why not tomorrow? It's not like I am going to be anywhere. Raymond wants to speak to you tomorrow. Something about the whole situation with Sebastian and your brothers." Brett explains. "But I do think you'll be able to go on to another adventure." I squealed, jumping up at him and tackling him into a hug. He looked shocked for a moment before laughing and hugging me back. I blushed as I always did and held him in that hug for a few moments before releasing him. "I've got to get going." "I'll see you later," he asked, and I nodded. Before he left, he spoke again. "I love you." His cheeky grin was plastered on his face. I laughed, throwing my head back. "I love you too, Brett," almost instantly. I was staring into his blue eyes again. He was speechless and tried to get words out. I laughed again, planting a kiss on his lips. "You better not be playing with my emotions." He started whilst wagging his finger at me. "You better not break mine." I responded whilst staring at him dead in the eye. "I'll see you later," I mimicked. "I love you." I attempted his cheeky grin and he laughed at me whilst leaving. "See you later, May." I stood up, walking down the hall loudly, announcing my entrance. I hadn't been in these halls for a while, and even now, looking at the chandelier above me, I felt small. I felt like I didn't belong because, in all honesty, I didn't. I soon found myself in front of Raymond's office. I hadn't seen him for a while. 2 months to be exact. I knew that he was more stressed, especially with Sebastian and his pack pestering him. They didn't know I was here, but they had wanted Raymond as an allied. A temporary ally. Of course. Raymond refused him, causing the disturbance that was occurring lately. I had to ignore that, though. I had to concentrate on my magic in order to focus it, control it, and mold it into my own. It is so easy when using magic to duplicate someone else's magic, which is why I had to be cautious whilst training with my mother. I knocked on the door 3 times and it opened. Raymond looked more tired than the last time I'd saw him. His bags could surely hold all the supermarket shopping. He was wearing a bracelet today. something with a moon on it. Come in, Mavis, he demanded wearily. I nodded and shuffled past him. Sitting down on one of the chairs in his office, there was another girl in here. A girl with straight, light brown hair and a bright smile. She looked at me, turned her head, analyzing me in depth. I squirmed under her gaze. Mavis, meet Eloise. I looked at the girl, finding similarities in our appearances. This was surely my half-sister. She had to be. Hey. I stuttered gently. How cute, she taunted. She stutters. Why'd you find her? I looked at her quite horrified. Oh, chill out, you'll get used to it. Raymond smiled, shaking his head. You may be my best friends, but, Eloise started. And we better stop her before she goes out on a rampage. I looked at him horrified that he had interrupted her again. Whatever, Ray. You are just lucky that I am in a good mood. Eloise spoke, punching him playfully on the shoulder. So you're the sister that I heard so much about when my father was dying. Bluntness wasn't uncommon for her. I could tell. I guess, you guess, she huffed. She's not helping me out much here, Ray. I'm sorry, but I wasn't there when he was dying. I snapped back at her. Fire. At least you got something from this family. I looked at her. My eyes widened with offense slightly. Oh, chill out. Ray, this girl seems pretty pathetic to me. You sure she's my sister? My magic started to get a little out of control then, creating a spiral of wind in the center of the room. My hair was blowing in all directions. Eloise's smirk had risen and was now the dominant feature on her face. You going to hit me with it, or what? She asked. Fire clear throughout her tone. I lowered the wind as best as I could until it evaporated into the air around us. That's what I thought. I tried not to get aggravated by her comment. She and I both knew that I didn't stop the magic for her sake but for mine. Being out of control wasn't on my to-do list today, especially when they could just lock me back up in my room for another 6 months. What is the purpose of this? I turned to Raymond, who was now leaning against his desk and shaking his head in disapproval at Eloise. He smiled gently at me. We were discussing war. I furrowed my eyebrows at this. War against Sebastian, I questioned. No. No. The Royal Empire. My jaw dropped. I refuse. That was my instant response, which brought about no surprise in the room. I stiffened up on my chair. You have no choice in the matter. Eloise replied snarkily. Why do you even want to? I asked her. That's none of your business. She responded, her body shaking slightly and her glare intensifying. I don't want anything to do with that empire. I want it gone. They're your brothers, I stated, attempting to convince her. Not for long they aren't. She growled lowly. You in or what? No. I uttered, and the room fell into a silence. Get Valencia. Eloise ordered Raymond. Raymond did not move. Go. He hurried away. A change in power was erupting in this room. Eloise stalked towards me, and I attempted to hold my place. She did scare me under her scrutinizing gaze. I didn't move, though. Just sat perfectly still. She was soon in front of me, glaring down, and her hands molded into perfect balls beside her waist. In an instant, she grabbed me by my throat and launched me across the room to the door. I landed on the wall with an oomph and groaned as the pain traveled around my back. You really want to know what they did to me? I bit my lip, knowing better not to answer. She gripped my neck, pulling me up from the floor. They're the reason that my father died, she exposed, throwing me at Raymond's desk this time. It was enough to leave a large dent. I don't understand. I struggled to mutter. I attempted to get up this time but failed and ended up sprawled on the floor. Innocent little Mason comes across a woman running from Daddy's room. She screamed out. The door was soon thrown open, and my mother saw the scene. What the hell is going on? The question flew out of Valencia's mouth, and she launched Eloise off my wincing body. Your lack of control makes you weak, Eloise. Valencia screeches out. You could have killed her. I knew what I was doing. She spoke, dusting off invisible dust on her jeans. Besides, your plan went south. She's not going to help us. My mother turned to me. A new smirk sparked through the room. Oh, she will. She just doesn't know it yet. I scrunched my eyebrows together, and soon I found myself unable to move. I've already created a bond. I am able to control her energy, making me 10 times stronger on the battlefield. Eloise smirked at this, and I felt utterly useless. The room was now spelled from the inside and the out, only allowing certain people to pass through it. I am officially stuck. And although Brett had tried to break through a few times, it seemed impossible. I felt regret from not listening to him. He had told me on numerous occasions not to listen to her, that she was untrustworthy. But the lonely child within me got caught up. She was my mother. She is my enemy. I saw Brett again outside the barrier. He was holding a sign that wrote, "Hurry up." I sprinted, understanding what he was doing, and searched for a pen and wrote 2 words, "Warn them." He stared at me a moment before mouthing, "What about you?" And I smiled and waved at him as he gave me a sad look before rushing off. I allowed my hand to comb through my hair. Frustrated. I knew I could get out of this. I always do. The air had a bitter smell. I could sense everything around me. And it was almost as though nature was trying to warn me. I shrugged it off, trying to calm my inner battle erupting inside my mind. Brett was gone, reluctant as he is. He was gone. I was glad that he had gone to warn Mason and Marcus, and I'd hoped he'd talk about Eloise. I didn't think that my encounter with her would be so violent. I had hoped for something more calm and relaxed. I'd hoped to rekindle a somewhat sisterly bond. Yet that did not happen. It also made me question why she was like this. Sure, Mason may have told a small, quite large tattle on my mother. Yet he did not deserve an attack from his own sister. It seemed too over-exaggerated, too dramatic to even comprehend. This brought the thought that Eloise was hiding something else. Was this personal gain, or was this something else I didn't know? I didn't trust her. As a knock was sounded at my door, my whole body turned. I was glaring at it. I knew that Olive and Wren had gone with Mason, so I was sure that it wouldn't be any of my friends. This would surely be someone that I didn't want to see. "Can I come in?" a feeble voice asked. The voice was weak yet held authority. And I instantly knew who it was. My main enemy at this rate, my mother. No. I spoke. I didn't try and hide any of the hurt feelings that lurked within the sound. Nor did I hide the anger. She entered the door anyway, acting as though she owned the floorboards under her feet. I didn't see it before, but I noticed flecks of red loitering around her brown eyes. A bitter taste arrived in my mouth as I stared at her. She stopped there with an elegant posture. That wasn't what I was expecting. The statement rolled in the air for a moment or two. I scoffed. "That feeling is mutual," I expressed. My distaste hurled in her direction. "This is so low." She bit her lip, calculating her next words. She smiled gently. "I'm doing what's best for you. Do you think those bastards will just give up the throne to you? No, you have to fight for it." I looked at her. "I don't want the throne," I muttered lowly. I then turned my head to her. "I want family. Stability. I just want to relax and what the heck. I want to be with Brett." I flared at her. "I want to be loved. I want my family to know who I am. I want everything to be normal." "Normal," she scoffed. "What is normal about being a witch? Witches don't come around much anymore. And you being one can land you into unplanned situations. Like this," I suggested. "I hate this. I hate being so confused." "Confused about what? Like you care? Try me." I turned my head away from her, refusing to open up or reveal any weakness. The tear on the left side of my face was not seen by her as I shook my head. "I don't trust you," I responded. "I'm sorry about that." She spoke bitterly. "And I am sorry about this. But once we take back what should have been mine, you'll be able to do anything you want to." And soon I found myself in a deep slumber. Third-person point of view. Brett found himself stumbling through the forest. His leg was caught a few times, leaving him frustrated as he shook away the stem. He was in a hurry. The air seemed to get tighter as he got closer to the castle. And he knew soon enough a warrior would find him. He was ready for confrontation. But he needed to find Mason. His heart seemed to etch with worry for Mavis. Feeling hopeless in the world of magic. Everything is always so risky. He couldn't get through the barrier. And that barrier felt larger than it actually was. Brett knew this woman who claimed to be her mother was keeping him from his girlfriend. His mate. This made him aggressive, angry, hopeless. He just wanted to reach out and save her from her destructive life. She just wanted a home, a family, and he knew that she had that with him. He wished they'd never have gone to Raymond. Raymond enjoyed being on the winning side, even if that was the wrong side. Olive and Ren were following him. They were about, in reality, a 2-hour distance from him. And he never thought to stop. No. He carelessly continued with stomps throughout the scenery, his eyes glaring at every waving tree. And occasionally he'd find himself sprinting towards the royal pack. He'd be there soon. He was sure of it. He'd been traveling for a while now. Alone. And with no communication from Mavis, although he knew he wouldn't be hearing from her in a while. Soon he found himself at the border. And by no surprise, he found a wolf in a defensive position. A few other pack members stood there as a somewhat backup but didn't look as ready as the guy in front. His teeth appeared from his lip as he let out a rough growl. Brett held his hands up in defense. Axel. A man spoke from behind the group of men. Brett had realized that they didn't know his true name. Not yet, anyway. Knowing that it wasn't the right time to bring it up. Brett continued with the charade. Marcus. Brett acknowledged. A cheeky smile had found itself on Brett's face. What are you doing here? Marcus seethed. The recent events had left him confused and angry. Rosie had told him what had happened. How Mavis had saved her, yet he naively believed in some theory rather than the truth from Rosie's mouth. He was overall gutted and wanted to turn back time. I have a message. Brett started. He leaned against the tree beside him. But I'll need to have a more private audience. He spoke, looking around at the group of men. Let him through, Marcus commanded, his voice hoarse. Now, the men quickly stumbled up into a formation and dispersed among the trees. Follow me. Marcus let his hand run through his head. Soon the room consisted of Mason, Marcus, Red, and Rosie, those being the ones that Brett had asked to speak with. Marcus had a hunch on what this was about, but wanted the words out of Brett's mouth. Speak. Mason spoke dryly. I don't have much time. Neither do I. Brett stared at him, a deathly look shifting through his face. After you decided to exile Mavis? Her and I made our way to the Golden Moon Pack. You know where Mavis is? Rosie asked, hopefully. Brett held his hand up as to tell her to allow him to finish. We spoke with Jude and Layla about magic. He let the word roll off his tone softly. And Mavis's real mother. Silence was heard around the room. We were lead to a certain pack, though. The Dark Sun Pack. Why the... Red started. Are you dumb? Rosie seethed. Not only do they have control over 3 other packs, but they are known about their ruthless actions. We had to go there. Brett confirmed. I would have steered more clear if they hadn't gone without me and made me catch up with them. He explained. Who's them? Red asked. Olive and Ren. They're okay, Rosie questioned. Yeah. They're fine. Brett confirmed. They should be arriving soon anyway. Where is Mavis, then? Rosie asked sternly. That's the thing. The Dark Sun Pack have finally enough power to attack the Royal Pack. Brett spoke. How Mason growled out. Through Mavis. Wah. Confusion etched on Mason's features. Her mother is this all-powerful witch or something, yeah. So she decided to teach Mavis how to use magic. Although somewhere in the mix there was a link created. Her mother. Valencia, her name is, I think, can use Mavis's magic at her own free will. So Mavis has become a portable battery? Red asked. Yes. Brett breathed. Not literally, but... You know, she wanted me to warn you. They've got magic. Huh, Mason muttered. I've got something stronger. Third person's point of view, Olive and Ren followed the footprints created by their determined friend. But they weren't going to follow him the whole way. No. They had another idea. One that may help straighten up the whole situation. It was partially due to Ren that they were sent on this trek. He'd spent the weeks, unknown to all but Olive, in a fit of nightmares pointing him towards where he needed to go. They told him a pack name. The Golden Moon Pack. Jude's pack. Although he didn't act on it before, he knew that now was the best time, if any, to get some facts straight. When they had originally arrived at the Golden Moon Pack, Jude had told them valuable facts about where to find Mavis's mother, but never showed the evidence. The facts that Olive and Wren are after. They soon trekked off the passage that Brett had taken and started in the direction of the pack. By now, Brett had reached the castle and spoke to Mason about the situation, so the Golden Moon Pack would have been told about the oncoming enemies. A little while later, they found themselves passing the perimeter of the pack after being granted entrance and storming into the room of Jude and Layla. A baby was crying next to the window with Layla hovering over her, trying to calm her down. Jude was next to her, belting out what seemed to be a nursery rhyme. "Hey." Wren coughed, catching the couple's attention from the crying baby. "We need to talk to you guys." Soon after the couple had settled their baby, they sat on the table opposite to Wren and Olive. Olive had previously been cooing over the little child and started to fantasize with Wren. But now, she was serious. "What's up?" There was a nervousness with Jude that Olive had picked up. She subtly nudged Wren to get him to observe. "Mavis is in trouble." Both their eyes widened, and Layla let her hand hit the table lightly. "What happened?" Fear etched her features as she took in Olive and Wren's faces. Olive and Wren shared a look before turning towards the brunette. "You sent us to the Dark Sun Pack to find Mavis's mother." Olive started. "Yeah," Wren began to try and ease it in, but Olive was quick to state her opinion. "You sent us to a crazy woman who wants to take over the royal empire," Olive screeched. "She is using Mavis as a battery, a magic battery." Jude hung his head. Layla noticed. "What are you doing? Did you know this would happen? Sometimes knowledge can be power, but too much knowledge can be lethal." He spoke silently. He pulled up his sleeve and showed dark, black veins spiraling. "Jude," Layla started with worry. "I told you that the research was destroyed. But it wasn't. I read too much. Too far, and I'm cursed." "Cursed?" Olive questioned. "Cursed," Jude confirmed. "And what does this curse do?" Wren asked. "The more I read, the more the poison grew," he admitted. "I'm going to die." He cried out, and Layla instantly gripped onto him. "Why didn't you tell me?" she muttered into his chest. "Why?" She was crying. And as much as Olive didn't want to interrupt, she had to. "What does this have to do with Mavis?" she asked. Jude continued to rub circles on his mate's back and let some tears fall down his face. He did oblige. "I didn't read on," he confessed. "I read until the marks became visible, and after I disregarded the warning. I think the next page was a warning. But I was scared." "Do you still have the book?" Wren asked. "Yes." "But you can't read it," Jude expressed. "I'm not going to." Wren spoke. "But can I see it?" Jude nodded and got up, releasing Layla from his grasp. Layla looked up at him, tears falling down. "I have to get the book," he told her. Layla got up after him and nodded, walking alongside him. She wanted some space to think, and she felt it was best to do that in her room. Jude wandered back, alone, holding an old leather book. It was smaller than they expected, but seemed quite trapped. Wren gripped onto it after it was placed onto the table, and Olive looked over at him as if asking whether he was going to open it. "I know this book," Wren announced. "You do?" Jude asked. His eyebrows rose in surprise. "Yeah." Wren spoke quietly. "My father read it." He shook his head as if to shake any visible emotion. "I know the next page." What? Jude asked almost urgently. "Balance. Everything has a balance." Wren echoed, feeling his father's voice echo out of his mouth. "Even magic. Especially magic." The weeks had passed. My heart ached out for everyone that I cared about, and I felt as though I couldn't help. Instead of being stuck in that room, I was now allowed to wander around, yet this time I was drained. Helpless. They were to attack soon, and I couldn't keep my eyelids open for more than a few moments. I'd only hoped that Brett had found Mason, even if they tried to destroy my spirit. I knew I was dying. From the moment I passed out, I knew it. They were demanding so much from the shell of my body. The magic was too much, and it was destroying everything, starting with my body. Eloise seemed to make everything much worse. She would taunt me or apologize to me or just stand there. I never really thought that she had a side. But she wanted to be on the winning side. I knew by the end of this she'd be on no one's side. I had been visited by her earlier. She seemed to be sobbing, yet I was too weak at the time to get up. She was crying about the death of our father. Again. She seemed to think by doing this she'd be avenging him. But in reality, she didn't want to be hurt again. I wondered why she told me about this. Maybe she thought that because of my state that I wouldn't be able to hear her or tell anyone her secrets that she pours out. For the first time, though, she did apologize specifically to me. "I'm sorry, Clara." She spoke genuinely, and I believed her, and although I couldn't accept it, internally I had. So as my body currently laid as if I was a corpse, I wanted to cry. There is always a balance in this life, and with great power comes sacrifice, and I was that sacrifice. 18 years ago, there was a cry throughout the Lupus Castle. A secret had been unveiled in front of everyone's eyes. The king had found his mate, and as most wolves would be. He was joyful and ready to love his mate. His mate, the lovely Valencia, and was overwhelmed by the support of her friends to go and talk to him, because he, of course, was already married and had 2 children. Plus, his wife was pregnant with 1 more. She had approached him, and in a series of moments, she was swept off her feet and laughing as her mate took her out on the first date. The 2 had dated, and Valencia had thought the queen knew, as he'd often bring her into the castle. The king was hesitant with telling the queen, as he knew that she would turn green at the thought, and as wrong as it was. He continued seeing Valencia. One night, magic had begun to erupt through the bedroom, and Valencia had ended up leaving at the strike of 12, naively not noticing the confused young boy in the hallway. The 2 would date for 2 months more before she'd run to him proclaiming her pregnant stomach. The queen knew by now and was keeping tabs on the couple. Jealousy. When the queen had heard of the pregnancy, anger erupted from within her, and she let out a frustrated growl as she smashed a few of the vases onto the floor. She had a plan, though. She had decided to scrap her previous one, but do one that would hurt Valencia even more. She was planning to steal young Clara away from her, ensuring that she'd feel the pain that she felt. The king, in his gleeful ignorance, ignored the queen and continued to venture around with Valencia. The queen pretended to be as ignorant as he, but the frustration was getting to her, especially with her children questioning who the recurring woman and the press also. After the birth of Clara, the queen had waited until Valencia had become close before stripping her away from her child. After this, Valencia had become cold-hearted and had been the one to rip the queen's dead heart out of her chest. From then on, Valencia would plan her 18-year revenge, starting with a book and a curse. Third person's point of view. The day had come so swiftly. Stress levels were high as they anticipated the attack. There had been no sign of an attack or an approach. They were prepared. Mason's plan was in motion but wasn't fully set up. They all weren't sure of the power that Mavis could carry, at least not yet. Currently, Marcus and Red sat on a sofa. They were cuddling each other as if today may have been her last day. "Do you really think we'll be okay?" Red mumbled to Marcus. He hugged her tighter into his chest. "We'll be fine. Mason has a plan." "Remember," Marcus told her. "We'll be fine," he repeated. Red turned slightly, more away from Marcus as she thought about it herself. Mavis could get hurt. This could go badly. "I'm just worried," she uttered. "Don't be," he replied curtly. "In a month, even in a week's time, we'll all be happy." Red looked in his eyes. "Promise. Promise," down the corner. Olive and Ren seemed to be training, knowing that they both were bad with any sort of weapon and didn't have the power of shape-shifting. They knew that their type of magic would prove to be useless in battle. Olive seemed to be using the sword, whilst Ren decided on using a crossbow. This was all determined in their reaction speed. Strength and aim. Bullseye, Ren called as he managed to hit the target in front of him. He cheered and turned to Olive, who smiled with a high five ready. She, in turn, grabbed a dagger from her back pocket before throwing it at his target. He gave her a look, and she responded with a cheeky smile on her face as she managed to get a better shot than Ren. Watching the couple, Rosie was playing with her fingers. She was the most nervous. She knew that Sebastian would get involved with this as well. It was inevitable. She still wondered how he was, and whether he'd decided to change his ways and become more peaceful. She shook her head of those thoughts. She dreamed that this would turn out okay, that no one she loved got hurt. But that was also inevitable. Someone she loves would die, and she couldn't stop that. In the Golden Moon Pack, Jude sat there with Layla. They weren't going to get involved. They both weren't fighters, and with Jude's secret out in the open, Layla couldn't bear to let him go. Their child. Celeste sat there whilst trying to grab onto Layla's hand, which was holding onto the cot. Jude was currently thinking. He was thinking about both his sisters, Elena and Mavis. He didn't know if Mavis was okay, which scared him half to death, and he couldn't get in contact with Elena. He knew that Elena would be busy preparing for injured patients. I feel useless, Jude admitted to Layla. She traced the black lines on his arm. I should be doing something. He went to get up, but Layla pushed him down. It's out of our hands. All we can do is hope. She smiled at him whilst placing a hand on her stomach and lying her head on his lap. When it's over, we have to cater for the returning members. We should concentrate on that. Okay, he mouthed. Breathlessly. The storm had begun. They had already left the safety of the Dark Sun Pack and were approaching the Royal Pack. Throughout the pack there were cynical smiles, yet one full of guilt was hidden. She was in the front of the storm, her eyes consisting of invisible tears. She knew that there was no turning back, but she'd put her family in harm's way. She regretted that thoroughly. They decided to rest for 5 minutes, and she found herself moving towards Mavis's motionless body. She couldn't help but gasp as she felt her cold skin. She held in a cry of guilt. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. A small, almost invisible smile made its way on Mavis's face. It's okay, the shell responded. It wasn't loud, and she wasn't sure if she heard it or not. She bent down and hugged Mavis for dear life, and although her heart was heavy and full of regret, she knew that she had to go through with what was planned. It wasn't in her hands anymore. Eloise couldn't help but cry. Face to face they stood. They continued to stare at each other. Both packs had approached the battlefield. One would win and the other would lose. They would not be a draw. There would never be a draw. Not in this battle. A battle between family members, friends, strangers and enemies. War cries were heard in the distance as the fight had begun. You couldn't see past the next person, and no one was sure of who they really were attacking. The casualties had already stacked up. Around 100 had already fallen. Mavis sat there, near the back but next to a fallen tree. She didn't have the power to do anything. To think even, all Mavis was doing was laying down on the tree when she heard a voice. Mavis, it was a cry. A cry from a certain guy that she'd fallen for. She could sense him approaching her, and she tried to lift her arm. Don't, was the word to escape her lips. Brett was unsure of why she wouldn't want him near her. Mavis knew that the energy flowing from her body could kill him. If he got too close, death would be inevitable. Yuldi, she croaked out, her head starting to feel woozy all over again as she continued to sit there. I don't care about that. His face full of sorrow and pity as he continued to approach the dying girl. As long as I am with you, I don't care. Brett. The word slipped from her tongue. It's okay, Mavis. You're okay, he whispered in her ear as he got close enough. Brett could feel himself deteriorating. Just like Mavis. His body began to become instantly weak, but he didn't care. The blood pouring out of his stomach would surely kill him first. I'm so sorry, Mavis sobbed. A tear escaped her eye as she tried to open them. Brett, using some of the last of his energy, moved the hair that was in her mouth and pulled her into him. It's okay, May. It's okay. Do you remember what you told me when we were younger? She didn't respond. You told me that as long as we're together, nothing can hurt us. Another tear fell, but this time from both eyes. I still believed that, Mavis. When we're together, nothing can hurt us. I love you. These were the last words to come out both of their mouths as they laid there on the floor. Dead still. Mavis's magic wasn't fully run out. On the contrary, she still had about half a cell of magic in her, and Valencia was taking advantage of it, but the war wasn't over yet. Everyone, completely oblivious to Mavis and Brett, was still fighting, and Mason had already prepared his secret weapon. What gave the opposing side the advantage? Magic. Throughout the Lupus family, they had kept this weapon in secret. No one knew about it but the reigning Alpha. The weapon allowed out a certain radius for magic to be neutralized. Mason was currently trying to run it, but strapping himself to the machine and allowing it to use his Alpha blood to run it. It had worked soon enough, as the Dark Sun Pack fully lost their advantage and the Royal Pack were finally getting the upper hand over the Dark Sun Pack. It seemed that they were going to win, and Valencia was becoming frustrated as she tried and tried to use her magic. But she was losing the war. In the distance, Marcus found himself locating Valencia. His anger seemed to be taking over him. Once he was in front of her. Valencia looked at him in surprise. She tried her best to use every single power she had in her, but nothing was working. Especially as she felt Mavis slip away. "I won't lose against you, Mutt," she snarled out. He grumbled roughly at her, and he approached her sketchily. Before he could fully attack her, he felt himself getting tackled to the ground. He turned to his attacker and was surprised to find his sister. "Get away from her, brother," she growled out. "Eloise," he uttered in surprise. "You guys killed Dad," she growled out again whilst running up to her brother and attempting to injure him. "What are you talking about?" His voice still rough. "Dad died because of her." He spat in the direction of Valencia. "Why would she do that?" she snarled. "Because she was trying to kill our mother," Marcus explained, dodging yet another attack from Eloise. Eloise seemed to calm down a bit. "You told our mother that Valencia and Dad were dating," she threw back at him. "I was young," he defended. She already knew anyway. "It didn't matter." "What are you talking about?" she growled whilst trying to scratch Marcus. "I read her diary." "Okay," he expressed. It was full of jealousy and plans, but it suddenly stopped. Eloise seemed to drop slightly. No. Not only was she surprised about this discovery, but she realized she put her trust in the wrong person. Valencia had previously told Eloise that Mavis would be all right because she had done this before. But now Eloise seemed to be doubting that, especially since Valencia's magic seemed to be lacking. Marcus looked around and saw that Valencia had fled. "Come on," he growled at his sister, grabbing her hand and attempted to find Valencia. Third person's point of view, Mavis sat there in the back alongside Brett. She let her head lay on his shoulder as she smiled sadly at the scene in front of her. It was a funeral. She tightened her grip on Brett's hand as she saw the weeping Rosie in the seats a few ahead of them. Rosie couldn't stop, and her heart was throbbing and breaking. Mason couldn't help but continue to be his brooding self during the service. There weren't many people there. Only around 20, and only close friends and family. The 3 caskets were cold whilst they laid there in the front. "I'm sorry." The words escaped Mavis's lips as she gripped onto Brett further. "It's okay. You tried to stop it," Brett muttered to her. "No. I could have stopped it if I was strong enough," Mavis uttered silently. "It's okay," Brett whispered. After the event that had happened a week prior, the funeral had been held. The royal pack had managed to win due to Valencia's lack of magic power. They had lost their advantage. Unfortunately, Valencia had escaped from their grasp and now, most likely, cowered away in the depths of the forest planning her revenge. Mason wasn't worried about her. Her magic power had deteriorated since the battle, since the machine had permanently taken part of her power away. Eloise had been banished. As much as Mason and Marcus didn't want to, they knew that they had to. Eloise had betrayed them by plotting against the royal pack. Eloise had been sentenced to 20 years of banishment from all packs. Jude was suffering still. He sat in the front seats of the funeral and was weeping uncontrollably himself. He was dying and was sure to be dead within the next few months. Layla knew she had to be strong for her child, but was suffering inside as pieces of her died inside. Olive and Ren had planned to help Mason with the royal pack, as they still had a slight connection with the previous Alpha King and were able to pass on some message, and besides, Olive still could see the future and knew that her help would help them out in the long run. Mavis and Brett stood up suddenly. Their feet were soundless. "I'll miss these guys," she laughed. "My one regret is not knowing my biological family more." She let a tear fall. Brett smiled at her and pulled her into a hug. "I love you," he whispered in her ear. He then continued to smile against it. "I love you too," Mavis responded. The two kissed gently for a few seconds. "I'm glad you got rejected," Brett mentioned cautiously. "Me too," Mavis told him, and the two hugged for a moment. "It's time to go," Mavis told him, and he nodded. And in that moment, the two grabbed each other's hands and moved on to another place. Before she fully left the world, Mavis turned and offered a smile to Ren, who looked her way in shock. "I'll miss you guys," she mouthed to him before slipping away from their grasps. 2 years later, the bells rang in the distance as smiles rose. Every eye watched the woman as she wandered up the aisle. She couldn't help but let some tears fall as she stumbled towards her mate, who stood amused at the end. He was laughing internally, and she knew. When she reached the end, she let go of her brother's hand without hesitance. Her brother was slowly taken away by the guards and forced to sit on one of the chairs placed in the front of the ceremony. The whole scenery was breathless. There were many fairy lights wrapped around the large pine trees. They lit up in a beautiful light pink color which matched the girl's dress. The couple had decided to get married within a garden where they could experience the roaring crowds who stood in glee at the marriage. Soon the ceremony came to an end. The couple shared a hug and a few tears of joy as they were ushered to the dance floor. Rosie couldn't help but laugh as Mason whisked her around the dance floor. She spun and spun on her heels rapidly. "I love you," they soon muttered to each other with a smile on their lips as they connected. They seemed to be fireworks in the background as the two continued to spin. All was not happy, though, as in some part of the kingdom laid a strong male whose curse had ended him in such a brutal manner. The slow but inevitable death had already taken a toll on Layla, and now, with her mate laying 6 feet under, she couldn't help but cry and feel her body corrupting just as his had done. She wasn't dying. But even Celestia, a baby, knew that she wasn't living either. Layla wanted to hold on to her child. She wanted to hold it all together. But seeing her mate's grave was affecting her in the worst way. She knew she had to give Celestia the best, and the best wasn't with her. Far from her, actually. Elena had turned up next to Layla. She was rubbing her arm up and down in a sympathetic way. Elena felt guilty as she held Layla's child's hand. She had tried to talk her out of it, and she'd tried to convince her that Celestia would be best with her. But Layla knew that she wasn't enough. "I don't want her to see me like this," Layla had told Elena days prior. "I can't let her see me destroyed. I'll come back to her. I swear to you, Elena. I will, just not now. Not when I can cause her harm." Elena had listened to her plea and accepted Celestia with ease. Even her mate had accepted the child into their home. "I'll look after her," Elena had told Layla. Layla nodded, refusing to look at the crying child whose hand connected with Elena. Mummy Celestia spoke quietly. This time Layla turned, her face softening as she rubbed Celestia's head before leaving a kiss on it. "I love you," she whispered before turning away and allowing Elena to leave. "I'll see you soon." The kingdom continued blissfully ignorant of Valencia creeping around the graves. Within the royal pack's graveyard laid 3 bodies. One a woman, one a man, and one a mystery. She stood beside the mysterious one, letting a smile appear on her cracked lips. The wind blew in her face for a moment longer before she began. As if using the last of her magic, she placed her hand down on the grave and started to mutter incomprehensible spells. She soon left with a smile on her face as her work was done. The darkness inside him would be enough to leave the Alpha King quaking in his feet. "I'll avenge you, Clarabelle," uttered the witch as she continued her spell. The grave let out a rumbling sound as Valencia smiled with triumph. Walking away with glee. Her work was done.